Melissa Sloan. Here. Rollins Stallworth.
Here.
Linda Cavazos. Here. Ron Gerzon. He will not be with us. Matt Hyde.
Here.
Thank you, Matt. Oh, thank you. Kevin McPartland.
Here.
Wade Polson.
Here.
Deanna Riddle. Fran Thornton. Here. Manuel Estrada. Alex Woodley.
Here.
Russell Fett. Mike Strong.
Here.
Jonathan Simons.
Here.
Ray Carr.
Here.
Bob Levett.
Here.
Brett Walter. Mike Coker.
Here.
Alan Thompson. Here. Xavier Anthony. He'll be late. Lahir Murray. Haley Kerr. Donnie Nelson.
Here.
Paul Anderson.
Here.
J.B. Meyer.
Here.
Bart Davis.
Here.
Lori Locke. Here. Robert Northridge. And myself.
Thank you very much for that. We will start with agenda item 35.
Yeah, page 221, this is for the Sloan's, just to cover page for you, we have Brady Rosio, our general manager of NIAA Sports Properties. He is joining us virtually today, he's gonna provide the updates for our partnerships, our understanding, and where we are, where we're headed, so. Brady, we got you in the room, good to see you, good morning to you, hope things are well, and it's all yours, sir, thank you.
All right, thanks, Donnie. Good morning, everyone. An update from NIAA Sports Properties for the spring meeting. Our number right now is 488,000. We're projecting to finish FY23 with the number between 510 and 520 after the spring championships and the companies we're talking to right now that will roll into next year, but add some dollars to this year. Because of what happened last year with our title partner leaving, we were able to grow NIAA Sports Properties 22.6% this year for FY23 already. And that is number one amongst all the 14 Playfly high school properties, which is really good. And we plan to grow the growth to be very similar next year. We're in a position where we can grow at the same rate for next year. Rev share starts at 550,000, and we'll be well into the rev share for FY24, which will be exciting. We would have been there this year, but that setback happened, pushed us back a bit. But we will definitely get there next year. We currently have 21 partners under contract, looking to add 2 to 3 more before the end of FY23. And that's that number I talked about earlier, hopefully getting to between 510 and 520. Something good news is we secured the UFC as our title sponsor for regional and state wrestling. Really happy about that, as they were a partner in the past, and we were able to rekindle that relationship with the help of Mark Ratner, which was great. Looking to FY24, we have some great categories that we'll look to lock up. Credit union banking is a big one for us, and we are having those conversations right now. Healthcare is an important category. We could go north and south with 2 different partners, or we could have one partner cover the whole state, which we're talking to a company right now about that, and then having great discussions. Hotel partnership. Very important that we grow this with Caesars. I'm working towards an all-encompassing partnership for district leaders to utilize member schools, NIA staff, parents, family. I understand there's hotel rates are high. We want to get a good partnership. We want to have something that everyone can lean on, and something that's for the NIA and all our member schools and everybody. So it's going to be a big ask, but I'm working towards that, and it's going to take some time, but I think we'll get there, and I think it will really make a difference. Other categories we're going to be targeting: armed forces, government agency, health services, orthopedic centers, looking for a sports drink, a lot of restaurant QSR deals. That's just to name a few. And future growth areas. We want to grow our existing partnerships with our digital ticketing provider, our championship merchandise provider, registration platform, official ball provider. I just got back last week from being with all the properties in Kansas City for our high school summit. Things are going really well. A lot of the Playfly states we're going to be doing a lot of national partnerships now, which is great. We're bringing somebody on to just to focus on bringing the Western states together with companies that want to be in every state and in the high school space. So there's potential for a lot of growth. Playfly is growing. We're about to get Alberta, Canada. We already have BC, Canada, but we're talking to 4 or 5 other states right now. So having all that help with all the other states and working closely with California, Utah, Idaho, and Arizona with those GMs there, we're seeing a lot of companies that want to get into all those states. So excited about that, and really looking forward to next year being a good year. Any questions?
Thank you, Brady. Donnie Nelson from the staff. Would you explain for us, when we talk about the rev share getting to $550,000, that benchmark, what happens, the percentage at 35% and above 550, and just talk about that a little bit more, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so the rev share from 550 to 800,000 is 35%. That goes back to the NIAA, and then after 800,000 and above, it is at 50%. And so we're definitely projecting, and I know what my number is going to be going into next year. We're hoping to be at the end of about 100 to 150, about 150,000, hopefully 100,000 into the rev share next year. That'd be a great number for us, and then the following year getting over that $700,000 mark.
Thank you, Brady. Continue to any board members, liaisons, any questions for Mr. Raju? And I'll say that our base number right now that is guaranteed is $280,000. That's in our office right now. And then the rev share starts with, as Ray said, percentage up above 550. Then that 280 base just grows off that percentage increase.
So this has been a profitable adventure for
Yes, I mean, it's obviously we joined Outfront Media, which was a starting company, changed its name to Playfly, leading back before the pandemic, but it guaranteed us a base fee in partnership revenues that at the time our office staff was not sure we could maintain, and we knew we were losing a title partner. So we went with this direction as a third-party marketing arm, and to be very honest, most states just haven't done that. To have somebody working on behalf of the association, obviously Playfly is in it to profit as well. But as a joint venture, we thought, at the time that was the best route to go. And feel like we're in a good spot, and I think the potential is still there to grow, significantly partnership revenues. And as Mr. White said, I truly believe it. I know he's going to be held to that. We need to start seeing that next year. Now, it's not guaranteed that we have to see that, but I believe we're going to see that. And I think it's going to grow the remainder of our contract. But like Brady, what is our expiration? Is it 20? Gosh, I don't lose sight of it here. Is it 2028 is the end of our contract?
we are going into the 7th year of a 10-year agreement.
7 years, 10 years. Okay.
And is the goal to get out of that agreement?
No, I just wanted to make sure people understood that we are in a contract guarantee of a minimum of $280,000 through 3 more years of the contract. Yeah, and there'll be a reevaluation time, certainly leading towards that. We're not anywhere near that spot right now.
Yeah, and
a lot of money for the association.
That's right.
and Donnie, it's 4 more years.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was at the start of the the end of the 27, 28 years, what I thought. Yeah. Mr. Beesmeyer.
Yeah, Brady, good morning.
Good morning.
What is the year, what is your fiscal year as far as the NIAA is concerned?
Playfly's fiscal year ends June 30th.
June 30th, so the same as our association. So if we're at 600,000 on June 30th of 2024, then we would be in revenue share at 35%, which would mean $17,500 extra over the 280, right?
Yes,
And then that would be paid how?
that would be paid. Did you just ask how that would be paid?
Yeah, just paid in 50% increments like it is right now, 140.
No, the rev share is paid in one payment within 60 days of the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, so if we can make it to 600,000, the NIA will get an additional 17.5.
Yes,
Okay, gotcha.
then that would be paid right at the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Ray Parks, 3A. I was just wondering, have we ever met that threshold in these 6 years?
No, we have not got into the rev share yet. When I got on board after the first year and a half, just kind of show you, but sales were right around 200 and I think 245,000. My first year was under contract. And then we've steadily grown it. We would have been in the rev. That setback with one Nevada leaving, that was unexpected. You guys have heard about it, but that kind of pushed us back. But no, we have not been in the rev share yet. That's why next year is very important. And 600, 650. I would let we need to get this property to the $800,000, $900,000 level in the next 3 years, which is what I'm tasked with. And it's a big ask, but we're going to do it.
And then does your contract renegotiation begin in year 9 and year 8?
Yeah, so there's some thresholds in year 8 to and in the MMR agreement. And Donnie can allude to this, but there's some thresholds in there where the NIAA can actually get out of the contract if we're not at a certain number in year 8 and year 9. And if we hit a certain number, automatic 3 years kick in.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brady, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right, if we can now turn to item number 30 that begins on page 192. It's the alignment of schools for the 23, 24, 25 school year.
All right, Donnie Nelson from the staff. We've got a lot of people up here at the table that can speak to this, but I'm going to show you the alignment of schools for the winter sports 3A, 4A, and 5A. Those classes 1A and 2A have already been accomplished. Boys basketball 193, girls basketball 194, wrestling 195, basketball 196, boys and girls bowling 197, and boys and girls skiing on page 198. Obviously, bowling being a southern sport, flag football being a southern sport, and skiing being a northern-based sport. Realignment committee has what a lot of work this will get us to. I hope after today, 2/3 of the way through the realignment process for this upcoming cycle. Bart Davis, turn to you for staff and helping coordinate all that you see there on these pages. Any comments to regards to league alignment and what commissioners may do in terms of arranging things? Otherwise,
Bart Davis and I staff, our league presidents always have the option. When you see the leagues that are listed there to either increase or decrease the number of leagues based on what they feel is best for scheduling purposes and encouraging their schools. So let's take, for example, at the top of page 193, the boys basketball is currently up on the screen as well. That Southern League for the 5A after the field was granted by our realignment committee last week has 12 teams in it. If they wish, the Southern League president along with teams could split that 12 into 2 leagues of 6, for instance, to help with scheduling. Those leagues would then be divided up into certain team method based on their scoring and equilibrium. When you look at class 4A in the Southern region, also boys basketball, if they wanted to take those 4 leagues in the Southern region and divide them into 3 leagues of 8 instead of 4 leagues of 6, that is the option of those leagues. And again, we would put teams in there based on the certainty method. For 3A, and you've all heard this a million times, I'm sure. Enrollment protected schools are placed geographically. The remaining schools who are 4A, 5A eligible would be then filtered in to fill out those leagues. I do not anticipate, for instance, that 3A suddenly wanted to go to one league in 14, they certainly could, they've got the option, if they're currently 2 leagues of 7 leagues through. It's the same way throughout for our different sports, for all 3 classifications, as you recall, the 1A and 2A, that was all done at one time, that's, their entire thing was done fall, winter, spring, and I'm sure liaisons for the signers is strong, or happy if they don't have to deal with any of that anymore. Tournament format wise, we kind of handle the state tournament formats. We do leave it up to the regions to decide the format that they would like for their region tournaments. I've been working with several of our league presidents, region presidents, to find out what they want to do for regions so we can start to build this practice. Really, this process in the winter, and there are several people around this table who are part of the realignment committee, thankfully was not as tedious as the fall. We only had, Mr. Nelson, 4 appeals, 5 appeals that ended up all going all the way through, because there were a couple that pulled their appeal at that meeting. It really was not a long appeals meeting at all. We started at 9:30 and we're done by 11:15. Questions on what we have in front of you?
Yes,
Bubble bit by the north. Bart, I think I understood you to say if a league makes a decision to divide into 2 leagues or whatever, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that those leagues would then be divided by the serpentine method?
Correct.
So in our situation in the north, with the combining of the 2A and 3A in boys soccer, we grew from 9 to 13. When we sat down as a group of athletic directors and divided into 2 leagues, we went back to our old regional leagues. Is that a problem? We did not use the serpentine method. We went back to what we had back when we had 13 schools before, and we had our high desert and our Sierra League purely regional, and we went regionally. Is that a no-no? Do we need to go back and redraw that on?
The overwhelming majority of those schools, Mr. Levette, thanks for asking the questions. And Mark Harrison, and staff, were not subject to rubric points to begin with, because they were 2A, they were protected 3A schools, and would have been placed geographically. You're gonna be,
Okay. Thank you.
let me ask you a question real quick. I do know that there was a survey that Mr. Jackson sent out. Why, I'm just curious as to why there was like almost like a sense of urgency that survey was conducted, even because right now you're stating that it's completely left up to the leagues. Was there a reason why you needed that survey?
we would like to have it as quickly as we can, so that we can get set what the leagues are gonna be and get that out to everybody for their scheduling purposes, how many teams are gonna be in their league. Because if we have, let's say, 3 leagues of 8, as opposed to 4 leagues of 6, it potentially could free up the number of non-leagues you have. And when we put that out and post it for everybody, we'd like to have as best as we can the number of teams ahead, so that those schools that go out and get their non-league teams have the opportunity to go on.
Okay. All right, you guys, please speak up as you hear the air conditioner is kicked on, and yesterday they had a hard time listening to hearing some of you guys. Are there any other questions? Yes.
Kevin McFarland, Region 4. So I just want to clarify, 'cause we do get asked a lot. So in 4A, 5A South, let's say, where we've had some using the serpentine method, where we've had some schools in the far Henderson area that were predominantly with a league that was a lot of west side of town, Summerlin Northwest. So in a league with rubric, do we need the league president needs to use the serpentine?
And the reason behind that, the question is that we can try to keep at least balanced, we can competitive. As this group may recall, we had turning the clock back half a dozen years or so, the geographic leagues in town. In many sports, especially on what was then the Sunrise region, the Southeast League was significantly stronger than the Northeast League. And when you got into the postseason, generally that 15 in the Southeast, which didn't make the playoffs, was stronger than the champion, the Northeast League in a lot of seasons. Again, and I've said this a million times as well, the rubric is never a predictor of future success. It's a measurement of how you did relative to everybody else. It was a 2-year period. We are trying to balance it as best we can, keep that, so it's called competitive balance.
Thank you for clarification.
Yeah, that was a big push, team, balancing that, and, yeah, 'cause I agree with you, there was one side of town that was really dominant, and then it hit the postseason and wouldn't come out in the first round. That happened for quite a few years. Any other questions in regards to this? Yes.
When Folsom Region 3, I noticed on here in the 3A Southern Region 8 or East, they are that was currently?
They will be for next year. They were approved at our last meeting, to be a full member starting next season, so they would go.
Okay.
Good question.
Pam,
Yes.
Ray Park.
There's a question.
I signed up to the board, so for the northern 3A, football's a separate entity. We'll get into that again, but it turned out good. But then all the other sports you'll see, so we're split into 2 divisions. But the one thing that is difficult now is we're not gonna have mandatory crossover games, so all of us out in the east are having a real hard time filling games right now, so. We're looking at it could be as ugly as we do it, 3 more round robin, play each other 3 times, so I play Spring Creek 3 times, I play. So there's good and bad, I'm not requiring crossovers, I get all the reasons why, I don't agree with any of them, but, yeah. And then we are gonna split, and we'll do now the top 4 in the east, the top 4 in the west, we'll do a regional playoff. So we have all that worked out, scheduling is a lot more difficult for us out in the hinterland, so. In football right now, we've agreed, we're gonna play all the way down to a northern champion versus a southern champion like the good old days. Hopefully that still continues, that was contingent on whether or not we got to play in Allegiant Stadium right now. That's still in the air, don't you, I guess?
Yeah, I'll adjust that a little bit.
Okay. Cool. But the realignment process is, as I term out of this, and you guys talked about Paul saying we need to switch that, so that it's not the same as the legislative. I would recommend that you do a 3-year one to catch everything up, but you just did a 1, oh my God, the fight and stuff again, so. But you said.
I just have one more question. So as presented in the packet right here, for the, I'm talking for the Southern 3A, 4A, 5A. These are all serpentines. So I go back and say, Jackson, it is what it is. You can start creating the league schedule.
Thank you, President. So with the exception of us, the 3 protected schools are not certain. Leagues are set up the way our TPP spells it out, yes.
Okay, so this is golden, proceed according to.
Unless.
I need a yes.
From our standpoint, yes. If I may, then President, also, one other thing that you've been brought up, realignment committee meetings going forward, spring sports. Those numbers, in case anybody asks any of our board members. Those numbers are up. This year's numbers will start to be posted this weekend and updated on a pretty much daily basis. Along with that, protected schools is a 3A. Their points will also be shown kind of underneath in all sports. Please do keep in mind when we get to swimming and track. Those are only posted based, so you won't see any numbers on those until the region meets. Once those region meets are concluded for swimming and track, those are very posted.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any more questions? Realignment is so much fun. Yes, Ms. Claus.
It's not really a question. I just want to express appreciation to our realignment committee. I went to a couple of meetings. I tried to watch some of the other ones, and everybody on that committee did a fantastic job under some somewhat difficult and challenging circumstances, and that I'll leave it at that, but thank you so much.
Appreciate that, definitely. Oh. Sorry, got so. Okay, no, all right, this is for action. I'm looking for a motion.
Region 4, I make a motion to accept the winter alignment leagues as presented from the realignment committee.
Vassos,
I will second that motion.
thank you very much. We have a second. Any more questions or discussion? I don't think we have to take this to a roll call vote, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right,
Member Hyde noted this.
yeah. The ayes have it, motion approved. Thank you very much. All right, we will now go to page 199 for number 31, tournament formats for the alignment of schools.
All right, thank you, Donnie Nelson from the staff and President Sloan. You referenced Mr. Jackson's working out of your office survey conducted on behalf of the alignment process, and with the league formats, what you see then going back behind that, first of all, just volleyball that carried over boys and girls cross country on page 200, girls golf on page 201, girls soccer page 202, tennis 203, because we did have to solve some issues at the large school enrollment level with their tournament formats. And then going back, on page 204 through 208, those are then our winter sport alignment formats. But again, referencing back to that survey, the league alignments now are reflected in what we understand and what our membership is looking for with formats based on the league setup. So again, I won't spend a whole lot of time going through sport by sport, other than to say that this is what the realignment committee has vetted to the Board of Control as an action item for approval as presented. Mr. Davis, I'm going to turn it back over to you for explanation. Thank you.
Nelson, Lord Davidson, and his staff. These are state tournament formats, the region tournaments, the regions can decide their own formats on that, that's something we've been flexible with all along. Some more liaisons a year, we're still being flexible on for some of this year's tournament formats that kind of get moved around a little bit. But what you see before you on the page that Mr. Nelson described are tournament formats for our state tournaments. We do have some sports that are state geographically based, for instance, flag football, where that's just a state tournament all the way through.
Bart, I do have a question. If you go to page 208 under wrestling, do we need to include something in the format of girls wrestling?
I have not included it in there, President Sloan, the question because it does not get to the sanctioned sports. To that at the invitational level, state invitational, if that's what the flavor of the sport is, we can certainly do that.
I would like to have, I would like to ask that we include, so for the purposes of those of us that have to plan for travel. Are we still, how many classifications are we going, but we're still doing 10 classifications?
Weight classes?
Weight classes?
I think that's correct, Mrs. Sloan.
Maintaining
One
ten.
overall classification.
Okay, correct. I would ask, Donnie, if we can include that in this, I think it's good information, and I think it'd be asked because Rollins gets to put that in his budget for next year. As I did this year.
Sure.
But I'm gonna tell you, it was amazing. It was amazing, so.
Now, it's my understanding, Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that with the females, the girls will still have the option till it becomes sanctioned to continue their postseason wrestling in the boys section and or the girls section. So they will have that option. So that's gonna play with that number that we have anyway, because we need to know that, but the girls will have an opportunity to wrestle out and be a girls champion, or they can opt out of that and try to wrestle for the weight class championship in the boys.
Did we have any females that chose to wrestle with? I don't know if you know this information. Any females chose that chose to wrestle with boys bracket as opposed to girls?
Yes.
And family part, we made them decide prior to regional.
Yes, exactly.
So.
So they couldn't be the girl champion and then.
Yeah.
wrestle.
Mike Strawn, 1A. I think in the 1A, 2A, you might see that continue a little longer if it's possible. Because it's what I witnessed, they might have a better chance than the boys at some of those levels than they would. And an ultimate state champion, essentially is what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on the Donnie Nelson staff, comment being that in our next board meeting, we will bring back girls state wrestling format. Because it is not yet fixed if it would be for north or south, or it could possibly be based on data-driven participation numbers from this year, trying to forecast the best as possible next year. It could still be 5 south, 3 north, trying to balance out participation numbers. We have individuals who have had a lot of work. And that state meet will be in the south, in the southern area next year for the 1 year. But I know that the individuals who are working and helping to construct girls wrestling in the process of through where it is now to possibly looking ahead are the ones that are in conversation statewide about what that representation number is. So I'm glad you brought that up. Right, we did not include that for the reason of we were not there at the sanctions for yet, but we need to figure that. So you need to know.
Yeah, that's cute,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
cute,
yeah.
because that was like a bus and a half, and so many more rooms, and I'll help you with that, Robin. Okay.
And I have you buy them. Goodness.
I think that's on record.
All right, this is for action as well. Any questions, any more? Do I have a motion? Looking for a motion.
Wade Polls, the record, I move to approve the tournament formats for the Alliance of Schools for 425.
That's from Division One, I second.
Thank you. All right, any more questions, discussions? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it, motion approved. Thank you very much. All right, for the guidelines. Yes, sir.
Just one comment, people need to start identifying themselves just for the record, it's got to kind of going back to going out. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Did you guys hear, Mr. Anderson? Thank you very much. All right, so at this point, we're gonna go back to item number 17. But the financial report that I know all of you reviewed last night. Mr. Beesmeyer.
Thank you, J.B. Meyer, staff. Back on page 138, item 17. As of April 3rd, financials for the NIAA. Different formatted statement, balance sheet, profit and loss statement, budget comparison. NASC balance sheet on page 148 for the student council and all of our winter tournament events from 149 to 153 were presented yesterday. Kind of gave you a rundown of where we were and kind of a prognosis on where we're going to be at the end of the year. Informed you that, you know, the fall season couldn't match last year's fall season. Winter held its own. I mean, we were down 10,000 in paid attendance for football from last year, which equates to $100,000, which, you know, it's a hit, but we did very well the year before, so not unexpected. But hopefully we can maintain the increase in attendance. The other sports held their own as far as attendance goes. Football was significantly down attendance wise. With the same number of games, we have 51 playoff football games. I believe is what we have. Just to give you an idea. So take, you know, a couple hundred short on attendance for all of those games, you end up at 10,000. Anyway, any questions on the financials as presented yesterday?
Wrong stall. With the new projected format for the football playoffs, with the new realignment that we just passed, how will that impact the budget? How many more games would we be looking at with regards to, we just had 51 in the last realignment cycle? Next year's realignment cycle, especially for football, you're going to see a lot more games. Is there an estimated projection of how much increase in revenue we'll have?
Bart, I'm gonna rely on you, I'm not sure, you know, as far as realignment, what was agreed upon as far as lab games.
We are, Park Davis and I staff, thank you for the question. We are going to have significantly more playoff games because we have in our divisions in 1, 2, and 3, plus our 4 teams making the playoffs as a result of that. already done the brackets actually for those. I just didn't know what they're gonna be, but I think we're probably looking at another figure increase in number of games. How that would translate out into revenue over expenses. It's really hard to tell because obviously more games means more game workers, more officials, everything else. What we experienced this year too. This reason I was talking about the 10,000 person decrease in number of people, 6,000 vaccinations. Because we had 14,000 paid attendance 2 years ago, we had roughly 8,000 this time. A lot of when I started helping Mr. Beachmeyer with ticketing for the 2021 fall, we were very fortunate in some matchups that we had. We had some really nice rivalry games in great spots in playoffs where people came out and didn't have so much of that this year. When you have an expanded playoff format that's going to happen next year, it does tend to lead to potential blowout games though early in the playoffs because we have. So it's really difficult to get a feel for how much.
Thanks, Mark. Jay, Eastman, staff, more football games, more playoff football games is usually a good thing. That's the one sport where, what makes a little money. And the revenues always cover the expenses in football. So I would say it would be a plus. You pick another sport where we're gonna have extra playoff games, why not?
And then,
Go ahead.
on top of that, the tickets, for the selling of those games online and all of that. It's my understanding that each individual school and school districts have an opportunity, and individual schools have an opportunity to use that same service. Correct. And they are a sanctioned vendor that we use, recommended by the NIAA for ticket sales. Does the individual schools and their contracts that they sign, does the NIAA get any monies from the individual school contracts or no?
We do not.
You do not, okay, thanks. All right, all right.
Mr. Parks.
Great Parks 203A. Jay, what's, when they had the fees on there for that ticketing agency, like 100, so that's going directly to them, that's their fee?
Well, it's split between Stripe, which is the company they use to process the fees, and $1 per ticket goes to hometown ticketing.
Okay.
So we sell 120,000 tickets during the school year. Hometown ticketing is making 120.
And just on that note, it's like, we keep having all of our schools ask, can we have a set amount that we charge up for stage this little bit off? And I think we need to get to that because some of our schools are charging this and the other parents come to the other one, they get all stirred up about it. So I think, and I don't know if we've had that, but maybe we need to add the state for home contests and those kind of things, at least give a recommendation. So that we don't argue with the parents when they walk in the door all the time, that it's why it's so expensive here and so cheap there and that kind of thing.
Well, not only that, there's some schools that will charge for sports that we don't charge for,
Yeah.
vice versa, and, yeah. Yes. Brett.
Just for all the private schools, just on that note, some of the tournaments that are played is where they really are charging large entrance fees, almost similar to the club situation. So you go to a normal game and it's $5, and then all of a sudden you go watch your kid play in the tournament and it's 15. And so that's, I don't know if that's a concern by the NIAA. I know we've always been concerned about, them accepting the right passes at those tournaments, which I think is better. At the same time, it's those tournaments have turned into a way for those, in my opinion, a way for those schools to make money for their programs. And I don't know if there needs to be any type of cap or control as to the maximum amount somebody can charge for admission for a tournament that's a sanctioned school sport tournament.
Good point. Mr. Rob.
Ron Stallworth, I don't think that we have the power to do that. I went to my son's baseball. He's coaching at one of the high schools, and I went to go watch their tournament at a private school. It was a 3-day tournament. It was $15 a day to go to the tournament. And it was
Wow, I'm just going to watch my boy coach first base for a couple innings, and then heading on back home, and dude, I did $45 saying I to him, I said, man.
You paid 45 and I don't think. Yes, they have. Those are things that we did.
Are you kidding? Oh, no. I'll just add that. to my, tax.
That's your agenda. Every six weeks. Every couple of months, it's good in.
Sorry.
What's up?
I played it all the time down here, where, and it happened 3 times in the winter, where I got a call saying, if this tournament's going on, they won't let me in with the NIAA pass, and I made a phone call one time, I had to go to the event and say, guys cannot do that. And schools that will do it year after year after year, and they know, but they still try to get it. Yes.
You preach it all the time. Oh, or Dave.
I'm going back to previous.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, with 5A North, just to comment back on the hometown ticketing. One of the things 5A North has done in terms of our organization for as long as it's existed is we have made sure that everybody in our leagues charging the same thing for the same sports for admission. So everybody's always charged the same thing. Hometown ticketing now with the option for the school to choose to use hometown ticketing all the time has created some issues for us because you've got a school that wants to raise their price to this level to compensate for the $1.50 fee. And I think we got 2 schools right now that are using hometown ticketing exclusively for every event held at their sites. But yet it's become very complicated and very confusing. And very challenging for us as a group to kind of regulate so that when you go to Reno for a game, you're paying this, and when you go to Reed for a game, you're paying the same thing. So we don't have parents saying, well, it cost me this over there, and now it's costing me this over here. It's become a real issue, and I don't know if that's something that the NIAA and this board is going to address at some point. Mr. Stallworth at the beginning of our conversation said, hey, you guys can talk about race and all this, but you better spend a year communicating this to all of your school communities and your district so that everybody implements it at the same time and we don't have that issue with, well, it cost me this here, but it only cost me that there. So it's becoming an issue as more and more schools get on board with the hometown ticketing and figure out how they're going to compensate for the fees that take out of their gate receipts.
And I'd say the ticketing company that CCFP used was bought out by Hometown Ticketing. So we're in transition to them next year.
So again, by the north, Pam, so just for my information, as I go back to the north tonight, do you have a lot of schools in Clark County that are using e-ticketing for all the athletic events at their schools? Or are they still all cash tills?
No, CCFP is all online ticketing. And I'm only speaking on behalf of CCFP.
Right.
Yeah, we don't have a cash option.
Oh, okay. Nice.
But I will also tell you this, that for my fees to increase, I have to get board approval. I can't just make the random decision. All right, we're gonna go, but the fees are assessed to the parents.
Yeah, I want to make sure we don't get, I know some stuff.
Yeah, we're going
Too far.
You're good. All right, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, President Small, and Davis and staff, doubling back on the number of playoff football games with brackets. Going through the brackets, assuming I've done them correctly, counted correctly, 7 feet.
40% more.
Wow.
Yeah, to me, it's cool.
Pam, real quick, Ray Park, 3A, Paul. This is off topic, but can the board recommend what we charge? Not require, but recommend
Paul Anderson, legal counsel, I think we could probably do that. You know, what I'm thinking is, this being as, seeming to be as big an issue as it is, maybe something we bring back
Okay,
for discussion in the beginning.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're very up.
And then there's.
Jay, do you have anything else?
I do not have any further questions, otherwise I am done with presenting you all with financials.
Any other questions? All right, we're looking for a possible motion here. Do I have?
Wayne Olson, Region 3. I move to approve financial reports as given.
Sir?
So we'll be Region 1, my second one.
All right, we have a first, we have a second. Any other questions, discussions at this time? Seeing that there's none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Motion approved. All right, we are going to go now to item number 18, legal counsel fee increase. Mr. Nelson.
Just 1 second, President Sloan, sorry, note about bringing back a discussion item regarding e-ticketing and possible recommendation. I'm just trying to make sure we bring that. All right, thank you. Don Nelson, the staff, go to page 154. There's not data associated with this particular item. And the reason being is that the NFHS conducts salary surveys of each state association. And legal fees are really a different subtopic of salary postings, from executive director to associate director to assistant directors to administrative assistants, and the other different categories that all staffs have around the 51 state associations under the NFHS umbrella. But legal fees is something that is asked and how states do it. I can tell you that states, pretty much 51 of us, all do it differently. There are, there are legal counsels that are embedded in-house, full-time staff members with exorbitant salaries. There are hour-by-hour contracted attorneys. There are monthly stipends and retainers. We're along that lines. There are rolling over averages from year to year, which we used to do in our association on a 3-year rolling average to figure out what our budget would be for legal counsel. Anyway, long story short is that Mr. Anderson is paid as a legal counsel right now $7,000 per month. And it goes straight through for 12 months, regardless of the amount of hours, time, energy, and effort he spends on our work. And again, that was a change in philosophy dating back a few years ago when we didn't do that. We used to do a rolling average. Now we have a fixed number. So I appreciate Mr. Anderson working with the association to do that. It has helped us tremendously in budgeting purposes. The downside to Mr. Anderson is that considering a year like this and the number of level 2 appeals we've had, the other involvements from certainly from my desk, our office staff, generally speaking, but also from Clark County and Washoe County, the questions, the extra need for services, this has been a year that has been exceptional. It's not to say that this is an exceptional year, however, it's probably likely that the mode we're in right now will probably continue in the way we forecasted. Going back to the NFHS, in trying to best determine what a quote unquote average is for legal counsel, it's $119,000 per year. And again, that's encompassing everything from full staff to hour-by-hour contacts. I think in Nevada, we're, in terms of the need for legal counsel, we're probably a little bit on the higher side in terms of the number of hours we need for our counsel. So with trying to forecast down the road, trying to be cognizant of what the average is nationally, and trying to also be cognizant in the third part of what, if Mr. Anderson were to charge us full time for what he did on his company's hourly rate, we'd be so far out of line, I can't even comprehend what that is. At the same time, if we were to even take his half average of an hourly rate, we would still be way behind where we are. So in good faith, for what Paul has done, I am all in favor of, and budget wise, I know we can handle it, going from $7,000 to $8,000 per month as a fixed stipend retainer fee for Mr. Anderson. That's my recommendation, from 7,000 to 8,000. I know it sounds like a big jump, but it is way overdue. And it is still very much under even the half discount that Moffitt, Cox and LaVoy, that Mr. Anderson's firm would charge us. It's the best value, I think, going around within the National Federation for any state association. Also. Thank you. Leave it as my recommendation for $8,000 per month.
I would like to personally say that Paul's amazing. I've known Paul for a lot of years, being, part of this association. And when I did eligibility, but I'm gonna just tell you, with the influx of schools that have come aboard through the course of time, the eligibility, where we're at, I do know now, the individual in my office, Kate, that does the eligibility, I think she talks to Paul quite a bit. There's a lot of issues out there, and I commend Paul for what he done, setting those level 2 hearings. You know, I was amazed yesterday to hear Paul say that we've had 20 so far this year. I think when I was doing eligibility a few years back, we were lucky to have 2 to 3. So people appeal a heck of a lot more now than they ever have. So I don't know, I'd just like to say that I'm really in favor of this. So, yes, sir. Well,
I'm sorry, staff. I'm one of those people on this committee that's kind of in the middle of the road. I've been here 7 years now. A couple of different positions here. I can tell you from my position here, and I don't have a paid position in the NIAA. But the reality is that I think I can look around this room for the people who've been here for the last 3 to 4 to 5 years with me, and then the new ones that are here and welcome aboard. The amount of work that I do for the NIAA has increased amazingly in a job that I don't work for the NIAA. And so I know that as a person who just kind of said 7 years ago, wow, I'd like to do that and go to 3 yearly meetings and go to Vegas every other. So now I'm going to Vegas 6 times a year. Are you kidding me? So the job has changed tremendously just from my angle and my perspective of the amount of time that I put in the NIAA. I could only imagine those guys like Paul and the staff of what they're doing. So I support this 100%. I think this is great. We're getting off lucky, to be honest with you. Only $1,000.
yes, Mr.
Raise
Price.
our, well, if you're asking for your $45, man, I'll give you. But no, it's not just one. We're gonna go down to 3 days. I'm on the same line, so the high school principal might have changed incredibly, and to not be able to have a gentleman like Paul was called that these people throw you in the weeds, right? You don't know what they're talking about. He's invaluable.
Yeah.
You know, I want people to also understand that this isn't Paul's only job.
Yes.
He's actually with the law firm, and he's an attorney, you know, for the law firm, and we've taken quite a bit of his time this year.
I mean, I want to thank everybody for those comments. I think they're maybe a little over the top, but I appreciate it. I've been representing the NIA, I think I mentioned yesterday, for like 26 years, and it's interesting when I go back in time, I specifically remember the meeting when Jerry Hughes and Tom Olivero, who was in your position at Washington County School District, came to my office and said, hey, Pat Dolan's footing is our attorney, you want to do it? And he's like, yeah, and they handed me a pullover with the NIA shirt. And Jerry said, how about $800 a month? And I said, sure, you know, and then I mean, back in those days, and like Donnie said, we kind of had a rolling deal where I would keep my time, as I still do. You know, and then we would average every 3 years how much it was per year to figure out what the average salary would be, or the retainer would be for that year, and then break it down by month. Anyway, it's tending to increase. I appreciate the comments that, you know, I do have other clients. I represent a lot of, I represent the school districts. I represent my firm does a lot of business work. I do a lot of business trial work. You know, and all of it's at different rates. I will say my favorite client is probably because I deal with them the most is the NIAA, because it was really when I was starting out, the first client that really was mine, you know, within the firm, as opposed to one that I worked on with others and whatnot. So I appreciate it all. Yeah, I've operated at a loss, but the relationships you make, you know, all those things are invaluable. And I appreciate that very much. And then the fact that everyone's even considering an increase, I appreciate that.
The Anne Arundel Region 4, I move that we increase the monthly stipend for Mr. Anderson from $7,000 to $8,000.
Wade Polson, I'll second.
Thank you very much. All right, any more questions and discussions?
I have one question for Paul.
Absolutely.
Paul, could you, let the board know about how many hours a month you've been working on, probably about the last 6 months for the NIAA?
So I broke it down this year, just in case some questions came up. Through the end of March, I had billed 520 hours. In a year, if you build 2,000 hours as a lawyer, that's really good. So that's over a quarter of a year, and it was through 9 months. And I kind of broke it into my highest hourly rate is not one that I often charge unless I'm working on usually like business litigation, things like that, is $4.50 an hour. So when you break it down, typically I work at about 300 to 250, depending on the client. But when you break down 520, it basically comes down to about $121 per hour that you're working out, which, like I say, that's fine. You know, it's what it is. And then this is a very exceptional year.
Wade Polson, for the record, having a lawyer on retainer, in my private job, I understand the value of legal counsel, and this is one of the cheapest rates you're going to get ever. So this is a fantastic deal for the NIAA, for the knowledge, the wisdom, and the institutional knowledge that Paul brings to the table and the cost that we're paying. This is very cheap for legal counsel, from one who deals in legal counsel all the time. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And I'll say this, he's always accessible. I mean, I don't think there's a time that I call Paul and, immediately.
Yeah, thank you, Don. Thank you, President. One last comment and then a clarification on the motion. Again, we consider Mr. Anderson really part of our staff. He's on our letterhead, as Ms. Sloan just said, accessible 24/7. I don't know of any other legal counsel in any other state association who travels to committee meetings, otherwise representing the NIA in various meetings that are outside the NIA office staff. Obviously, he's here at all of our board meetings, so it's an exceptional relationship that we have with our legal counsel. We really appreciate it. Ms. Reynolds, to clarify your motion, I'm assuming it's to approve effective this next fiscal year for the NIA, correct? Yeah, just to clarify for you, the budget purposes. Thanks. Okay, and we have a second, and we're ready to go. Thank you.
So it's beginning the 23-24.
July 1st.
Yeah. Thank you for that. All right, any more questions, discussions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, the ayes have it. Congratulations.
We got a bombard in work before July 1.
I know. There'll be a lot of. All right, you can now turn to page 155, item number 19, NIAA staff salary increase.
All right, thank you, everybody. Donnie Nelson from the office staff. This will refer to page 156. And then behind it, just for references, are job duties and descriptions that go through page 160. To give you an example of what other state associations do under the NFHS umbrella, appendix and salary comparisons as to why there's this motion on the table for my office, my desk. I look at Vermont. That is the state association with equal to the fewest full-time employees in the office. Matches up to 5. Vermont has an associate director at $138,000, and has 2 assistant directors that go $119,000 and $103,000. I look at Montana, which is 1 extra staff member above us full-time. They have 6 there. They have 120, 80,000, 74,000, and 69,000 with 3 assistant associates. Wyoming has an extra staff set of members that are on lower pay scale, but the 2 assistant directors have 118,000 each. There are many different comparisons that I see within the NFHS salary structure. Again, it's privileged and confidential information to the executive directors, but I can certainly share that to you verbally. You know, we're not a state like Colorado, which has 12 full-time employees and multiple assistant directors and duties. We're budget-wise, we're again, tied to the smallest staff in one other state. Financially, with our scale, what we compensate our associate director, even though that's not on the table today, our 2 assistant directors and our administrative assistant, we're very low. And we have a staff of 5, granted, I know we only have 123 member schools compared to other states, but we still all perform the same duties and responsibility that need to get done on behalf of the membership. So what you have on page 56 are salary proposals bringing for you to try and get us more in line where other state associates are and related to duties and titles. I always say that the NIAA office staff is not structured like a school district or a district administrative staff or a school building staff. It is different. We have gone away a couple of years ago from having ties to a salary schedule within a school district personnel, trying to relate an executive director, associate director, assistant directors, administrative assistant to other pay scales, because it doesn't fit with what the national model is for what we do as state association staff. So if you look at page 156, again, I'm under contract for 3 years. That's why it says no change proposed. So I know where I am finishing 2 more years after this year in my contract. Jay Biesmeyer and I have spoken. We feel like, even though, again, he's not at the value where an associate director would be, that he is comfortable with his job duties and job duties not expanding to accompany other items, that we're going to keep Mr. Biesmeyer where he is at $85,000 right now. For Ms. Watts and Mr. Davis are esteemed, I want to make sure he's esteemed for everybody at one point or another, this go round. Assistant directors, there are 64,000 currently. I'm proposing to try and catch them up starting July 1st up to $72,000 salary wise. That does not include increasing benefits. Obviously, the benefits go up as well, and with the PERS system, and then also for Tia Wonder, our administrative assistant, going from 55 to 57,000. Again, still far below the average that are responsible for duties. But I feel like we're to the point where budget wise we can accommodate this, and I'm gonna leave it there open for discussion from that point on. Thank you for this one.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Alex with the Region 1. I have a question. I'm not too knowledgeable on the salary dynamics, but in NIAA staff. Years back, we received COLAs similar to other government entities, state or school districts.
No, Donnie Nelson staff. No, we don't. And so you can look at this as also as a cost of living increase as well. And what this is, because it's not automatically built in. We don't automatically have steps built in to after year 1, you go to this, year 2, go to this, as it's structured within school districts. That doesn't exist. So this can certainly accompany that philosophy as well. We are, basically a year-to-year stipend contract. Well, again, this assistant directors and associates don't sign contracts for which I sign. So it's almost a negotiating part of as an executive director on behalf of the staff.
So it's safe to say that this increase is not just a salary increase, but could include cost of living increase as well.
I appreciate your comments. Yes, I can certainly vet that as well. That's correct.
I think that's important because, as we know, we've had inflation. A lot of other entities have received up to 10, 15% in COLAs just based on the current economy. So I just think that's something important for us to keep in mind, that this isn't just a pay raise, this also includes inflation and cost of living for the employees. Thank you.
Mr. Sherman.
And this goes, Ron Stallings forward, this goes in to direct correlation and in reference to my previous statement with regards to the NIAA office, this committees and all of our subcommittees and our group here. Our working group has changed dramatically over the years, and it looks like with the legislation issues that are going on and those types of things, the work of all of these individuals in this office is going to increase dramatically, and that type of work that they're doing is just not helping a schedule of a game being played between the north and the south. It's gonna be dealing with legal issues and personal issues and all of those kinds of things. And I know that we've also talked eventually, and probably will continue to talk eventually about trying to increase the staff because of the work. But the reality here is, as we talk about increasing the staff, we realize that the workload on the staff itself right now is tremendous, and the pay isn't adequate with regards to averages across. And that's really where we're at right now. And so I'm definitely in favor of this.
Hey, go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
Having a problem reading 4, I just, yeah, I appreciate the comments about cost of living, and, you know, we're a unique association because of the numbers increase every year, which increases the workload on the staff, which doesn't occur all the time. I think, you know, in my dubious role that I've taken on as kind of the liaison of all the high school principals and CCSD and mentoring all these young principals, we talk a lot to them about optics and just how things look. And I just want to express what came to me when this agenda was released. And just to make sure it's aware, is 19, 20, and 21. That is bad optics to have a raise and add a staff and then increasing costs on students for tickets right in a row on this agenda. And so that did come to me, so I wanted to express that, but certainly agree on the cost of living and the workload. I think those are absolutely fair points.
And if I may too, for those that are brand new to the board, the positions in which, and this is hard to have a salary discussion with the individuals at the table. Bart and Laura's job, I don't think you guys have, I don't even think they've been in these positions for more than 2 years. Donnie fought really hard for them. They were in the lower 60 tier, but I want to remind this board that they were given a raise last year. Now we're being asked to give them a substantial amount of increase as well. It's a lot of money. Do I believe, I mean, I don't know, I would have to sit back and look at their job description. Donnie and I have talked about this, but I don't know. And I agree with Kevin, because you look at this, you want rate increase, and then a few items later, we're gonna increase A, B, C, and D, and that has a huge impact on schools. The optics perception doesn't look good. I don't know if I mean personally, I gotta speak, this is Pam Sloan, I don't know if I'm in favor of this. So, Xavier.
I just have a question for Donnie. I know that Bobby, we're losing Bobby, right? And I don't see a name or a position listed for him. So how does that impact the position for Bobby or his replacement? Sorry, Bobby, talking about you, not gone yet, I know. But yeah, if you could talk about the impact, obviously, you know, Bobby's important now in the south, and just like to understand that.
No, thank you, Mr. Andy, I appreciate the question on that. Donnie Nelson from the staff. Mr. Northridge's salary stipend as a Southern coordinator is 31,600. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. 31,800. I want to make sure that it's between Mr. Anderson's raise and what's proposed here for staff. That is not taking his money and divvying it out to staff. That's not the intent of it. The intent of it is to come back and also look at, as another agenda item next, talk about a staff position. Granted, when I get to that item, there's not a lot to say for that yet, but I'll address it in the next item. So no, the intent is to still have another staff member added. And so these salary ranges are not in lieu of that position. We still need to find ways to best as possible out of our office, service our member schools in whatever capacities our member schools need better service from us. And we're still trying to figure that out. So no, this is strictly based on what I believe we can accommodate in our budget, based on where we're going. You never know how ticket sales are going to go in the future, but I believe that we're seeing trends that justify this. And again, based on duties, this is still just to catch up staff to where I feel like is getting somewhat closer to an average for what similar states around us compensate their employees for duties that are very similar to staff sizes.
Mr. Anthony.
Xavier, like, just as a follow-up, Donnie, so if I understand you correctly, we're not absorbing Bobby's pay, and so then I know it's the next item, but is that item as far as new staff member, are we looking at pretty much the same salary that Bobby has currently for that next person?
Good question. Donnie Nelson, staff. Perhaps.
Let us get there.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to be sure we're
I
not.
don't want to jump ahead, but I just trying to understand that dynamic.
Mr. Parks.
Ray Parks, pretty, quick money from Paul. So I was always wondering, since I've been on here, why we don't have salary schedules. So like every school district in America, the administrative assistant has a salary schedule, they move over, so you don't have these things, so you're automatically, years of service, education moves over. And that starts, with our secretaries, our administrative assistants, our custodians, the only one that doesn't is the superintendent. So why couldn't we structure the same exact way? The only one that doesn't is the executive director, but everyone else automatically gets their cost of living just like we all do.
So, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. To answer your question, historically, I think salaries for certain positions have been tied, and Donnie and Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, but to the salary schedule in Clark County. Weren't they?
Yeah, I can answer that question. Yeah, Donnie Nelson, the staff. In the past, that's correct. Yes, even
Assistant director.
assistant directors, yeah, everybody but the executive director was tied into a Clark County pay scale salary. What Mr. Thompson did during his early years was take the entire staff off of that because we related it more to what the NFHS averages were. And so this board took action to exclude staff from the NIA off of the C60 schedule or any other district schedule, because it wasn't aligning truly with what happens in a school district. It was more of, this is what's done at the national level, and there are average salaries that get reported to us in national officers, which is, based on number of staff members and titles. And so that's why I've continued that philosophy, what Mr. Thompson started 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, in my opinion, though, now you need to get back to that, because then you would guarantee you have a budget every year, you know exactly what it's gonna be, you know what the salaries are and the whole deal. Now, I get trying to catch everybody up, but once you get to that point, then we don't have these meetings all the time.
Yeah, and this is,
So I was just gonna answer the rest of that question, but, I think that there hasn't been a set, salary scale like you would see within a school district or whatever with steps and that sort of thing, just because there's so few positions.
You know?
But it doesn't mean you couldn't create it, so, that's certainly a possibility.
but I'm gonna just piggyback on that too, because again, where I'm coming from is that we put this position out there, boom, it's gonna be this. The following year, you ask for a raise, we approve the raise. Year 3, here we go again, you ask for a raise. This continuous thing, and we hire the individuals, and again, they're sitting right here. We hire individuals for positions, this is the amount of pay for that position. And then a year later, you're asking for, I don't know. Brett,
Brett Walter Private Schools. This is my last meeting, so I get to say what I was there.
You're coming back.
My dream was always to have a vote, but that won't happen. So, but I would like to say, I think as Kevin said, optics are important. I actually don't think it's important to note into the record that Paul was okay not taking a raise. He's actually far below. Donnie's pointed out it's far below. Says right on the board that Donnie's asking for no change. Jay's asking for no change. I think those are important points to say that our leaders are focused on doing what's best for our kids. At the same time, most people in almost every position at any institution are getting some sort of a cost of living increase considering inflation. That's a fact, whether we want it to be or not. And to not give somebody some sort, I know at our school, they're not getting 8%, but they are getting a larger increase than normal because of the situation that's going on. I don't think it's out of line to be in line with the rest of the country and talk about what is equitable in a cost of living increase because of what's going on. I don't think we should expect our staff to take less. Also knowing that we have one of the smallest staffs in the entire country. And because it's my last year, I figured it out. I think that if I finish the year, I will have sat in 17 different meetings 4 of them, which if I would have given the last one, are 2-day meetings, which is a ton of time. It never used to be like that. The amount of work that's being done by the staff and the growth of Nevada and the growth of the amount of students has also increased. So I'd like everybody to keep that in mind as they consider, you know, what we're doing here, and they are working hard on behalf of our students. Thank you.
And I agree with it. Absolutely. The question, is there not some way that we could come back to this again in June and maybe have some sort of pay scale or cost, increase, I guess, set up so that we can have that built in and not have to keep revisiting that? Because I do agree with people, like optics, as far as asking for more looks bad, but optics being so far below the nation also looks bad as well. We want to attract and retain the best talent that we can in Nevada. And as a realtor, I'm constantly moving people here, and they're just surprised at the pay scales here. So whether it's NIAA or just, basically any type of mid-level or executive position here, people are often surprised at how low our salary scales are. And I just think it's important that we try to catch up to keep everybody here, hopefully for a long time.
We'd like to raise 2 and CCA.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, JB's minor staff. I was asked a couple days ago by Washoe County to present our salary numbers for them so they could go into next year and get everything set up. Because Washoe County does our payroll. And I want to keep it that way. I don't want to do it. And they've been, in my 28 years here, they've done our payroll the entire time. So I have to get those numbers to them. There seems to be some consternation over these raises for Lori, Bart, and Tia. Certainly agree with Mr. Woodley. I mean, the number came out a couple days ago, 5% COLA from March to March. From March of last year to March of this year was 5%. I mean, you have to at least consider giving them that. Donnie and I aren't asking for anything, but they're the new people in this association. And we certainly putting more workload on them. I would, like to see them at least get the 5% COLA raise, and then you can go on from there and talk about structure going forward.
Maybe it's time to go back to the structure that was in place. It's easier to justify with the salaries are based through the district. And I know that was always the discussion in previous years, like Eddie Bo and I, when I sat around this table, this year we're going forward. But again, I completely agree with Mr. Bartlett, the optics. And like I said, these are two-year positions. You said, okay, this is salary, you gave a raise, another raise. I support raises, trust me, I want to raise. I'm not paid the national average for what I do. I'll go on record, none of us are around this table, but yeah, I think we need a structure, and I think you're shortchanging yourself too. I already told you that. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to be region one. So based on what Mr. Beesmeyer stated, this was something I was already thinking, which is why I preempted everything with the COLA, because I personally, and this is a bold statement, but I would like to see a minimum of 5% raise. So when I say that, I look at Tia's salary from 55 to 57. I don't know if we can do that now, but I would like to see it be at least a 5% raise. I think it's only a couple $100 more, but.
To go under for the record, I am fine where I'm not, I know how much work that everyone else at this table does. I'm fairly new, comfortable tabling my thing, don't care.
All right, well.
I care.
Oh.
And I know all of these people personally, and I work with them. I really think it's kind of unfair to put them in a situation and us having us talk about their salary. I know that I'm really uncomfortable with that. With that being said, as a teacher and an administrator in Washoe County, I can go on the computer, look at that pay scale and know exactly where I'm going to be this year, next year, the following year. They don't have that luxury. Now, I am somewhat confused by the fact that a year ago, we had this same conversation, giving these staff members a raise of 5% or more last year already. And I don't think it's good business practice for us to have increases in pay brought to the board every year or every other year. I don't think it's a bad practice. And so I am recommending to you guys as a board to possibly look at them with some, for these staff members, a scale that's related to either school district scale, like they used to use the Coleman, and or an NIAA or an athletic association statewide, or use Vermont, Maine, whatever state I think you use. I think those things there.
Yeah.
Vermont or something, but anyway, something that they know that every 2 to 3 years, they're gonna get this 3% or 5% raise as they go through the process. So we don't have to talk about their monies out public and here in this kind of format, because I don't think that's fair.
Do we still have the finance committee?
No, we haven't, Don knows from the staff, to answer your question, we used to have a finance committee, but we haven't had that, I don't believe, Jay.
No, I was on it
until
Shoot, that was.
back in 9 days, yeah, it's been quite a long time.
Rayanne Sorensen for the record. So agenda item 18, we did approve roughly a 14.3% increase for Mr. Anderson. If you're like me and you like percentages, it'd be roughly a 12.5% increase for Lori Lots and Bart Davis, and then only a 3.65% increase for Tia. That's kind of what we're looking at percentage wise, since we're talking percentages on pay scale. And honestly, I mean, the company that I work for, I know over the course of the past year, I have had 2 separate increase of living percentage increase to my wage, as well as just a flat 4% merit increase. Again, everyone said how much more work has been going on at the office. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for a percentage increase for our salaries.
Great part.
Great Parks created. On the same line, so I've done the negotiation for Humboldt County School District Administrator for the last 20 years. And so at the end of the rainbow, all of this, the support staff, they get 5%, the certified staff gets 5%, and then the administration, it'll all be the same way. So there's absolutely no way you can give the secretary less than everybody else. In the 20 years I've been doing this, that would come right back at us and it'd be over that fast. So whatever you guys do, it's gotta be the same.
We're having a lot of different
Yeah.
conversations. I'm gonna ask for Donnie's recommendation at this time.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and, member Parker, Taylor Works, just to answer the question, the reason to get why it's not basing Tia's percentage, as Sorensen also said, related to Bart and Lori's percentages, because again, that's not currently how we're structured right now. I'm looking at averages on National Federation scales, trying to get them to where I believe is equal distance away from an average that represents states that look like us. So, but that's it too. I just a comment. I sincerely did not that mean to put board members in awkward positions. I did not mean to put staff members in awkward positions. This is just the structure in which we've operated for the last few years, dating back from Mr. Thompson, leading into my role here. We can certainly bring back the finance committee structure back how we used to do it in the old days, I'll say that, and start from there. But in the immediate future, Paul Anderson, you correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't know this was proposed this year, I don't see why, correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't see why the board could say, based on a COLA, 5% is just a number, and we can build off that and move forward from there. I believe that could be made as a motion, this could be rejected. But I don't believe because it's not any, granted, I just wonder, it would be a small increase to hers, but again, not exceeding what's proposed otherwise, I don't see why we couldn't do that, right?
So, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. Yeah, I think the way you worded the agenda item, that is basically a consideration of a proposal to increase staff salary. This is a recommendation that you presented, Mr. Nelson, in terms of page 156. So if there's something different, whether it's a percentage increase, goal increase, whatever, I think we would
anything along those lines based on.
Rick Strong, just a thought here, what the board could do is take consideration is put here on the table. Meet the goal that Mr. Thompson had. The idea was right on the pay scale, so you can get it more to match national average, maybe, and then build a scale around that. Absolutely. So you can take what's been here, what's been thought through, what's been worked on, and come back with a scale that is workable for everybody, that one can agree on, as you move forward.
Any other comments? Ms. Anderson?
Getting back to what Mr. Clark said, that correct when you said that we're not dealing with unions here. You know, unless Martin and Lori attend this one. So, you know, I think like I say, it's wide open in terms of what can do in terms of state action on this side.
Just think we need to establish something.
And real quick on that spray part. So if we're having trouble just like everybody else, find anybody. So if I were to go and say, hey, I'd like to take this secretary from you from Elko County, I'll bring her over. But I'm not gonna give you the same as what Elko's. Can you imagine? I mean, it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna recruit anybody if you never know what you're gonna make from year to year. Good point.
Madam President, I think
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to make a motion
Okay,
to be considered.
absolutely.
Yeah, I make a motion that board approves the staff salary increase as proposed with a minimum of 5%.
Proposed with a minimum.
Of 5% increase. So all the salaries will stay as they're proposed here, and whichever is below 5% will meet that 5%. That's the intent, that's what it means. Not that everyone goes to 5%, but that it is where it is. But with a minimum of 5%, no one shall be below 5%.
No, I just want to make sure. Mr. Whitney, just let's. To make sure we understand your motion correctly, and I'll make sure, I want to stay out of this a little bit, we gotta have in front of you. Yeah, so from 64,000, you saying, your motion say, Ms. Lotz and Mr. Davis would go to 72,000. Tia would not go to 57, she would actually bumped up to 57.2 or 57.3, whatever that 5% is.
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And then is the I don't know, this is a motion sorting here, I guess it's not all motion, so. All right, great, chaos. That was.
Good.
No, I need to point out things that, right now.
Who else has, somebody else?
I'm seeking a
Yeah, just had a question, but even at the 72,000, executive director and husband, we're still a little bit below the other numbers. So I think I would like to see it be at least at 72, and from then on have some sort of scale as needed.
Okay, we have a motion, we need a second. We have a motion, is there a second? We don't have.
I'll second it.
Okay,
Wait, Polson, reach the trees.
any further questions, discussions? And I'm gonna go back to what I said, hang on, is that we need to establish something, so we're not doing this every year. And that's my point, I think that's Kevin's point. Because then, let me process, can I have a grace? Sorry, all right, I'll talk, my comment,
The huge salary, $9,000, I'm making that, that's the interest.
all right,
I get your point, yes.
My code for charter school liaison, not to make light of the situation, but Brett has to leave. I think this would be a great time to provide Mr. Brett Walker with an honorary vote.
I think we know. Both things.
Real quick.
Yes,
Ray,
three parts.
Oh, when would it be appropriate to, make a motion, would that be the next meeting to develop this out there? Could that be part of this motion?
I think you could do it as part of this. As long as you take the action on, you know, the increase or whatever, how that vote goes. And then I think a second motion, a follow-up motion could be for staff to bring back a proposal for salary schedule increase report to.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get you right. So we have first and a second. We don't need to amend that. Or should we amend?
No, I think,
And then we can go to another.
yes, if somebody wants to make a second motion on the salary scale. It's on that.
Okay, so we can vote on this.
Yes.
Okay, you guys are good with that? Okay, we have a first and a second, that the proposal is that we accept the increases written with a minimum 5% increase, am I correct, sir?
That's great.
All right, thank you.
President, advisory staff, President, that would be what is 5%.
T would be 57,750,
Yes.
okay? Lori and Bart would go to 72,000. All right, with that said, no more further questions, discussions. Brett, I know your vote, all in favor, say aye. No. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes.
Thank you.
With that on the table, is there a second motion? Is there a second motion? Yes.
And for the record, I motion that the board formulate some sort of plan for yearly cost of living salary increase for its staff. No, we'll get that for the meeting.
Okay, so the other second motion is that staff plans for yearly cost of living and present that.
Back.
See, that was the board, yeah, people are ready.
Exactly.
We have first, process, there's a second,
I would second that, and I just confirmed with the motion maker that basically your intent is that this come back to having some kind of formulation of the salary schedule.
Yes.
Then I just second.
okay, thank you. All right, any other discussion, comments? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, thank you.
But
All right.
it's letting people on the loan. 45 minutes.
Yes.
You gotta, they gotta understand that. I've been paying that $45 for 7 years. You can raise that up a little bit.
Rollins.
I know it's a new person.
I don't know how, we're gonna separate. All right, we're gonna go to item number 20, and I can like staff position on page 161.
Thank you, Guy Nelson, the staff, and I do not have anything to present for you for page 161 on item 20. Other than to tell you that I have conversations with our superintendents to let them know that I do intend to bring back to them also, so they have an understanding of what a staff position would be. And we did have discussion in an April superintendent's meeting about servicing our membership and our schools better. I did during that meeting present to them a variety of options conceptually, all the way from having a pseudo summer coordinator with more specific duties that could possibly tie into assistance with eligibilities and transfers. That's something that we're going to talk about internally with staff first, which is why it's not on here. Otherwise, to go into 4 different levels, the ultimate levels, that possibly have a deputy director in the Southern Nevada area based there. It would be, in essence, a cohort with mine. Again, but to try and structure what those duties are, just haven't been ready to put that together for you. I hope that was gonna be the case, but, again, I want to spend some time with our staff first to make sure that everybody is in agreement with ideas that we might have as to what the value of this position would be, where the position would be located, and what the salary structure could be based on finances available. So with that said, Xavier, you're welcome to ask me follow-up questions, but that's the honest truth of all I can give you for today. Just not ready. Appreciate it.
So we can table that.
Yeah.
All right, let's proceed. Number 21, on page 162, NIAA fee increases.
Again, thank you. Yeah, Donnie Nelson from the staff. Again, nothing presented in writing here. It was another discussion, and I really do extend appreciation to the superintendents for allowing me to visit with them and discuss a variety of options to know that there is with our legislative commission, the superintendents are that, right? We have our regulations policy here with our voting board members, and we have our legislative commission who oversees all this. To understand that perceptually, as has been mentioned here, when we're starting to talk about increases in the association on our membership, the justification for those. One thing that I think is prevalent, and that I think that fits is a $1 increase on student ticket fees. Again, this is not in writing here, so I'm more than happy to bring back the discussion here. If you need to wait and bring it back and see it writing, I'm happy to do that in the summer board meeting. But an increase in student ticket prices for $1, that would take it from 5 to 6. The generated revenue for our association would be approximately $30,000 for increase in student ticket prices to 6. Right now, we have adult prices that are 12, and that includes senior citizens, which have been absorbed to the adult prices. Our children, 8 and younger, still get it for free. Ticket price at 5, considering that we absorb, the NIAA absorbs in the postseason the $1 fee that goes to hometown ticketing, and also the strike fee, which is at, I thought it was 40 cents, Jay, what's that strike fee per ticket? $1.30.
Yeah, it's not on a per ticket, it's just purchase, so
We're just small, okay.
so
35%.
yeah,
45%, okay.
No.
So, right,
I mean, it's like a $5 ticket, we're only seeing $1, $3 and what is it, 65 cents a bar?
Yeah, roughly, I think it depends on the number, sorry, for days and stuff. It really depends on the number of days you apply. That percentage goes, we figure out, between Jay and I, everything we've done, we generally get back somewhere between 83 and 86% of the total amount of tickets. So, as you factor that in, yeah, anywhere from 350 to 370, provided on it.
thank you, Supervisor Davis. So again, student ticket price increased by $1, with the caveat that we would still, as a staff, those postseason ticket fees would not pass on those to the consumer. We're still absorbing those. So $6 for student ticket prices in postseason. Activity cards, currently $35 per card. Based on the price of our tickets for adult tickets, considering that a activity card is only $35. The reality is you don't have to attend too many games to make up your value. I think our staff, I believe, and I know our staff feels that the value of an activity card is well more worth than $35. If you go at $5 increment increases, every $5 based on the average number of activity cards we sold to our member schools yields $30,000 as well. Okay, so I know staff wise, we talk about everything going from 35 to 40, 45, or even 50. And that's, I realize going from $35 to $50 per activity card, percentage wise, is a significant jump. But again, knowing the value of an adult ticket fee, to think that you only need to attend five games over the course of a year, and that's to recoup your investment for $50 for an activity card. Not difficult. But again, I'm gonna leave that to board for discussion. I'm gonna come back to this when I wrap this up here in just a minute. So then the other item looking at this proposed increase in membership dues, and that's why it's not in writing here, because I told our superintendents I would visit them again in their June meeting, in their May meeting, to discuss membership dues, because that really affects them directly. This affects all district budgets, at our district offices, and they know that I'm at least going to recommend a 25-cent increase on membership dues per student. Right now it's $2, and going to $2.25 is only simply just to help offset our operating costs, right? As we all mentioned, everything, the price of the world has gone up. And so increasing it by 25 cents per student would generate $30,000 back into our budget. And again, that just, our operating costs, as Mr. Beasley alluded to in the financial reports, has gone up significantly for that. So those are three hot topic items that we can talk about. Student ticket price again from 5 to 6, activity cards up at whatever $5 increase from 35 to possibly 40, 45, or 50. Membership dues, if we went up to 50 cents per student, generate an extra 60,000, going 30,000, and so straight off the top to just operating expenses, but to understand services that we can offer to our school. I know superintendents are considering that, and they're gonna look for me to engage with them in discussion, coming up on May 4th, as we said, next week. Other options that we could do to raise revenue, and this is not really part of this, those are the three main items, but just to talk about, number one, ticketing other events. We don't ticket for cross-country, regional, or postseason meets. We don't ticket for tennis, for regional or state championships. We don't ticket for bowling, and we also don't ticket for golf. I've always thought we should look at ticketing for golf simply for the courses that we're trying to get, which give us free. They've always have been. To really compensate the courses, say, hey, we generate some revenue. Here's this money. Well, thank you for fans that attended to pay you for tea times. But we do not take for Steve. That's correct. We do not take for Steve. And there are some of these that are a little bit right. We have them because they've been almost unrealistic to do. We think about where our cross-country venues are right now. We could do it based on the northern site, and based on the southern site, it would be difficult to do. Tennis, we could do it, depending on what facilities we use, Darling Center or school sites. There are ways to possibly ticket at parking entrance areas. Bowling, there would be a way to do that at the Orleans Arena, where we put up the stairs and charge it there. But again, we've got a lot of public play that also happens during high school play. To say you're going to high school, you're going to bowl on your own. That could be confusing. And golf, same thing. To try and ticket at golf courses to try and get people in through funnel through the clubhouse to get out. I don't know that our golf courses want us to deal with that. So that's why we haven't ticketed for those sports. I'm not saying that that's the proposal today to do that, but I'm just mentioning other revenue options. Also, with regards to the Hall of Fame banquet, our top 10, if we do go back to banquets, which are not this year yet, trying to secure sponsorship for that, that's a possibility. But again, the three things that I just engaged in discussion today, I know it's for an action item. We could do that, but I don't have anything written down. It would be student ticket prices, activity card increase, and membership dues. We are going to hold off. We'll just let you know it's coming. President Song, hopefully, and justice to you. Yes.
Did you work?
Thank you, President Sloan. Just one clarification on activity cards. We talked about the admission for those. That's good for the person named on the card and one guest as well. So Mr. Saul, here's yours.
When I show my activity card, I have to show my ID.
So you forgot your ID?
Move on, sorry, it's your ID.
President Crum, Region 4, so, just some comments, I think, membership dues, I know that's kind of a bigger issue. Activity cards and family pass portions maybe, or sponsorships and playoff ticketing, I'm for all those discussions. I think raising more than $5 in students, I'm having a hard time. I think that's enough for students. We want them engaged, we want them involved. We saw a decrease in students at not football still moving south, but beyond football, we see the decrease. I'd be really hard pressed to be talking something over $5 per student.
Jay, these ones, staff, I agree with Kevin. I think optics is a big thing for students and keep, we've jacked up the adult prices, they're paying, they're putting the bill. We want our kids at events and Donnie and I have been on the opposite side of the fence on this one, but you know what, I think we did wrong. Until we get kids back going to games, we got no business doing this.
Raise for it. No, it's always more palatable to do an increase, a guaranteed one every year type of thing, so they know what's coming. So, they like the up 25 cents. I don't mean nothing to me. Very few, but the Clark County, my God, that's gonna be huge. Wash was gonna be huge. So that's difficult there. But for the pass at $35, well, that's a gift, right? That's so cheap because people don't realize I bring my buddy too. But I think on that one, you go $5 this year, $5 the next year, so they can see this coming.
I think I think that needs to go up to 50
all the way up to $50. I think it needs to be 50.
But then you'll get these people who have a fit and they won't buy it to start with, so.
Then they're paying to gain it.
Exactly, yeah, or they're sneaking in or telling me I'm with the kids.
Mike?
Mike Straw on 1A, you know, when the ticket prices increase, especially for senior citizens, yeah, I was pretty opposed still. But, you know, those people still found a way to get there once they figured out how to go and get a ticket. You know, we still got them there, but definitely agree with the kid prices. It's expensive for a kid or even the families, when we have families, all your families go to a stadium at 12 months. But I think that the NIAA card, probably the high school district, especially probably by high school public, per capita gets more school cards than anybody else because they understand the value of the $35, right? The way we do it is our programs pay for those. So by the basketball coach, I buy them from the coaches. That's the way it kind of works. We buy them, our school board, they buy them. It all kind of runs to our school there. But definitely the 45 and 50 is still a good deal. It's definitely a good deal. Something that can be jumped at a larger amount. I would definitely say those, and that's coming from a school that buys a lot as well. And a lot of times when we figure ticket prices, and I see the report, I often wonder, well, how many cards you make? And we're actually still making money on those tickets. So you go to a 1A football game and Prairie Valley's there, and there's, there's hardly any money lost because everybody had a card, right? So all of a sudden, your ticket prices aren't, but they actually are because of who actually came, the people who gave on that card. As far as the school supports it, so definitely from a school that really supports the cards, still think an increase is good. Especially if you can make 60 grand.
And on Ray Park and Rollins going, they need to make it show an ID. These guys, they go see these coaches, they'll just hand them out to all their buddies. Oh, I'm not going anyway. That's not the point.
No, you're absolutely right, they do. Or maybe you eliminate the guests. But on there as well. Yes, Clark.
Thank you for this. So on that point, we have stressed to our schools and really meetings, any sort of credential that we give out, whether it's the media pass, whether it's the activity card or the lifetime pass, they should be checking. That is something we stressed, I believe, on both the activity card and the lifetime pass. I think even our media passes now do say that on the pass that you do have to show ID.
Anyways,
Mr. Anderson.
so just from a bit of a historical background also, and I think there's been good discussion here. You know, it was years and years and years that we charged, what was it, the $8.50 for membership dues at a certain level, and then a certain amount above that. I mean, it was like 25 or 30 years before we ever increased that, and we just did that a few years ago. So, like the discussion that we had on the item with the pay scales, maybe what we need to do is develop, as was mentioned over here a minute ago, some type of a system for an annual or a biannual automatic increase or consideration of that, or that would come to the board and be approved and be structured in some way. Because when you start discussing these things, I mean, people get used to, for instance, the membership fee being what it was, and then when we proposed an increase, it was like, but inflation has probably gone up 100% from the time, we come up with that original number. Anyway, just a comment or thought, how we make proceed.
And I would also, and I agree with you on that too, because we just raised, what was a couple years ago, we had a rate increase in the membership dues, and then the following year, there was another rate increase. And I think that was last year, that the second one, I don't know, something like that. So we have increased, and I agree with Paul, so we're not having these conversations, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Plus, I would also ask staff that we don't wait for this meeting to have these conversations, especially if we're gonna talk about increasing membership dues, because we've already seen our budget for the following year. And I think that's always where we have SNOA, they're gonna get an increase, whoa, I have to go back, recalculate my budget. It would be easier for us to do it in the fall meeting than in this meeting.
Yeah.
And I know I've always said that with whoever sits in the SNOA, I mean, in the official seat, that you need to bring these proposals sooner. You know. This is not a good time of year.
No, thank you. I know some of the staff, and just knowledge, I did present the superintendents with, what our section 7-8 states do for membership dues. They had asked, you know, the first time I could ask, like, hey, it's fascinating with our 11 states that are part of section 7-8 in the NFHS, nobody does anything the same in any way, shape or form. There's everything from $10,000 per school as a membership due, just flat out fee every year, to sport by sport fees of as minimal as $150, and there's everything in between. There are states that look at population enrollments, but not on a per student, just more of categories. Like if you're a class 5A school, your membership due is $7,500 per year. If you're a 4A school, it's X amount, 3A, 2A. So the whole gamut, I tried to explain to superintendents where we are and how we got here. And they asked me, say, well, what do people do around us? And how can we get into an average that's done? There wasn't even an average to be able to present. And like Paul said, when I talk about NFHS, the NFHS does not do a report on state association member dues. So we really are flying solo to what Mr. Anderson alluded to, is that we have an NIC to talk about the cost, you know, per school of $850, and then getting to a student additional fee per student if you're more than that in enrollment at your school. So with that, what Ms. Sloan said, I think that's something that I can certainly go back to superintendents with next month and say, this is what we're looking at to take effect a year down the road. Talk with them simply about an operating increase expense number one to begin with. I think that's where we start, and ask them what their feelings are to say, I want to present to you and to our board of control what a long-term projection is, which we did last time, right? We had a 25% increase in year one. We knew coming back in year two, there'd be an additional 25% increase per student. And yeah, we accomplished that, Jay. The last implementation that was last year, I believe, second year of a delayed implementation of year two. That if I remember.
Yeah, it took 4 years to actually put the 50 cents, 25% 1 year, and 25%.
Because this way we're not banned from,
Yeah,
you know,
that's good.
just like the pay scale thing, we're not banned from. It just,
So what I'm hearing is, done as the staff, I'm hearing is we leave the student ticket price alone. Again, I want to make sure I threw that out there. It's not, you know, those things come at me and people would say, Donnie, why didn't you do this? But I feel like it's in the best interest association to at least got it. And that's the note taken on that. I believe what I'm hearing is for the activity card at $50 is a very fair and equitable number. Go from 35 to 50, just make a jump, right? Rip off the Band-Aid and go, here's where we're gonna go. And make sure that we know that that's gonna be set for a time. I don't know if we set it and say, we'll put this in review as a note later on. Review it in 2 or 3 years, I don't know. We can just set it for now. We can put a caveat to that if we want to, when we get to that point. And then again, with regards to the increase in student fees, I'll work with the superintendents first to look for something going towards the following year. I'll let them know that that's recommendations from the board to get engaged in those discussions now, looking ahead to 24, 25, which I think on today will be greatly appreciated. So that's where you're. So what's on the table is there is some for action. We could, even without something written here, we could do something for activity cards. But since that did not impact budgets, I could actually bring that back as a written proposal to the summer meeting. Because again, right, that does not impact a school budget directly, right? You correct me if I'm wrong, but that's something that's an auxiliary fee that however you absorb it, or your each of your staff members, but I'm saying anything or school people. So we can do now or I can wait. That's not a big deal.
Yes,
Just
great.
for the board, also like we talked about, you're gonna maybe start charging other events. So that with these, it trickles down. So with the increase in officials fees, which I'm fine with. So now we're gonna have to start charging at events that we never charged at, right? And then for all this travel now I gotta do because I can't schedule, we're gonna increase our pay to play on the kids and the parents. That's how we'll absorb all this stuff. And we're tiny, so I don't know how these monsters absorb these things. So I realize that, you know, when you're talking, it's a quarter here, you know, $5 there. And the reality of it, it's a project, bring all that money in, and now I gotta find somebody that charge a gate at various events that we never had before. I gotta tell the parents now, instead of your pay to play, I gotta double that because we're gonna have to travel to Idaho and Utah and stuff, because we don't have these games anymore. So there's a trickle down effect all the way around that I think unintended consequences
is a term that they use, that definitely gonna happen.
And thank you, Don Nelson, thank you, Mr. Parsky, and I'm not gonna recommend that we do go charge for cross-country, or for tennis, or for bowling, or for golf, but I'm saying that is out there, and it's something that we could certainly look at, if this board wants to look at it. and-
Well, I'm saying we are asking to do that, and we're gonna have to, otherwise we're gonna have to tell the kids, we can't, we're not gonna have a game that we can't, because we don't have one, so we're gonna, we'll have anybody go to Iowa or something, so.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can bring this back. This is actually, an action item,
Well, we have a motion.
or we can have motion on one of the three, two of the three, three of the three. Yes.
James Sorensen for the record, when are the activity cards, when is that form due to the board? Or when the schools are purchasing activity cards?
Jay, can you answer that?
Okay.
And staff, typically in May, we start sending out order forms for next year's rule books, activity cards. You know, the orders come in from the individual schools, we collect them all. And order the cards, we usually order about, what, 2,500, maybe 4, maybe 2,000. I think. Okay. Print them up, laminate them, send them to the schools, you know, and get them in their hands, you know, when fall sports starts.
Rams, so with that letter being sent out in May, we need to make a decision on the cost of activity cards, so that letter can go out in May, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would certainly suggest that if we are gonna increase the price, we do that at this meeting and get that set. And that's the only one that we're gonna go with at this point in time, and then that's the board's decision.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Leanne, you all second, Leanne.
For the record, I motion that we increase the cost for activity cards from $35 to $50 per card and still keep the one guest associated with that card.
Okay,
Wade Polson, Region 3, I second.
thank you. All right, we have a motion, activity cards increase from 35 to 50. Keep the second individual in attendance on the card as well. We have a first and a second. Any more questions or discussions? All right, all in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion approved. We're gonna take about a 10-minute break because apparently you still have a couple board members that need to go check out of your room. So if you would do that at this time. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if everyone would go to agenda item 23 on page 164, NAC revision of the legislative council rules.
One sixty.
Mr. Anderson.
Paul Anderson, League of Council. These amendments were proposed, or were approved by this board back on, as you can see here, December 2020. We've discussed this before, how sometimes the legislative council bureau moves a little slowly. They still haven't gotten back to us on this. And anytime we get into a legislative session like we're in now, we're not going to see them acting quickly at all with respect to any administrative regulations. They're too busy trying to rewrite bills. As we discussed yesterday, they haven't even been able to write the amendments to that SB 114. So the bottom line is the same of that. It's still out there, but basically it's a revision to allow alumni and charity games. They would be added to contest limits so that schools could play those. Is that correct? Dan, that's as we call it, not having to count against their.
Those that they do count.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's what it is. So we should be seeing it maybe in the fall, once this session is done, and then start getting back to the regulation process.
Okay, so this is information only.
Well, it was for action if it was here, but we don't, if it had been presented to the planning, but it hasn't.
Okay, it's information. Any questions, comments in regards to this? Thank you very much. We will now go to number 24, beginning on page 165, executive director evaluation. I'll turn this over to Mr. Stallworth.
Yes, committee members, what page is that on?
165.
On 165 here. Committee members were all sent the evaluation form and rubric that we were used to evaluate our executive director, Mr. Nelson. The information is here attached to pages 166 through 170 and 72. If you look at the the categories there that are on the left, you'll see that Donnie was evaluated on several categories regarding administration, budget, finance, tournaments, personal, staff relations, leadership, legislative and communications. If you look at the scoring rubric here, all the scores that you see basically stated or indicated from the evaluator that Donnie was doing a superior job, that demonstrated consistent demonstration of exceptional performance. A 3 was a very satisfactory performance. 2, a satisfactory. 1 need improvements, and 0 was unsatisfactory. I really don't want to go through each one of these individually, but I do want to let the board know specifically. One of the things that I want them to focus on are the comments that were made regarding all of the board members regarding where they think some focus of growth and improvement needs to be. So if you take a look at, for example, if we look at the rating scale 1 and look in the section of administration, we had 1 that basically stated that Donnie needed some improvement in that area. But what I think is important here is that to look at what some of the focal points were with regards to there was a couple of satisfactories or 2 ratings there. If you look at that, along with the paperwork I had sent some percentages on there, as well as far as the percentage of where Donnie was with regards to his evaluation. And, that is not sent. Here it is, right here, I got it right now. So if we look at category one, the administration had 7 different standard strands associated with that. On the average, from the board, Donnie ranked 40% was the 3 rating as very satisfactory for the administration standards. It was 35% was in the 4 rating, and 2 rating was 15%. If we look at budget and finance, 46% of the votes went to a 3 rating. 27% went to the 4 rating, and third was the 2 rating at 14%. Pardon me, 27%, I'm sorry. And those were 2 equals. And that's kind of, you know, I think we do need to discuss this with a little bit, because they were both at 27% with the budget. And that's a tough evaluation as far as, I'm just talking from a personal standpoint for me, because when I look at budget and formulate the evaluation for budget, I think about Jay more than I think about Donnie. But yet my evaluation, I'm kind of focusing on Donnie, but I don't know really how much work Donnie does with the budget, because Jay's the one that gives the presentations and all of that, and it really does that. So I was a little bit confused of exactly how to rate him and rank him on that, as far as a personal standpoint on my part. And I don't know if other board members had that same kind of feeling on that, as far as how do I evaluate Donnie on the budget and or on the legal matters as well, with our legal consultant and person, and Mr. Anderson doing those kind of things. That was kind of difficult. As far as tournaments and so forth, number 3, it was 40% for a 3 rating. 34% was a 4 rating, and 23% was a 2 rating. There was a one rating on the tournaments, and I think you'll see when we get to the additional comment sections, you'll see where that one came from with regards to getting out information as soon as possible, as far as tournament sites and those kind of things were taking place. Personnel and staff, again, a 3 rating was the highest with a 46%. With this one was where a little different here. This is a focal point that the committee needs to kind of take a look at. The second category there, a two rating was 32% above the 4 rating at 21%. So this is one again that it looks like the board wants Donnie to work on focusing a little bit on personnel and staff. I don't know if that has anything to do with the fact that we feel they might be understaffed, and or the amount of work and how things are being done.
Yeah, on the personnel staff here, sorry, guys, I think that number might be on the other side, on the 4 side, just looking at numbers.
Okay, I don't know which one.
On the personnel and staff, which you just mentioned about.
You said
Percent might be off.
21% for the 4?
21 or 16 total. Is that wrong? That's right. We could. Would I add that one? 21%, 16 had 4 ratings, 35 for 46% for the 3 rating, and 32% for the 2 rating.
Yeah, I don't think that one's correct. Just counting the number. But I mean, that's not even a big consensus.
Okay, yes. Leadership 5, 38%, 38 votes, or 42% was rated a 3. 25 or 29% for the leadership in 4, and 22 votes for 25% as well for the 2 rating there. So that's an area too that some of you'll see in the questions and comment area. When we get to that section, you'll see that those are areas that we feel possibly might need to be addressed. And then, of course, the legislative standard there, you'll see that he received a 5%, or 33% or 5 votes in the legislative aspect, 3 votes or 20% in the 3 category. And this was one of the areas where Donnie scored pretty low as far as the 47% or 7 votes said that he was a 2 rating there. And again, that's that relationship between how much legislative issues does Donnie do compared to Mr. Anderson, and or do we want or expect more out of him regarding that issue? Because I think those are questions that board members might have to ask Donnie and talk to Donnie about. And again, communications, the last one. Again, the 2 category was he received the highest amount of votes at 31%, and it was tied 25%, 25% on the 5, on the 4, and the 3 category. So just to kind of review a little bit, overall, 41% rated votes rated Donnie in the 3 category. 29% rated him in the 4 category. 28% rated him in the 2 category, and there was 11% that had him in 1, and a couple 2%, rated him in the 1% rating. So with that being said, on pages, the comments, which I think we kind of need to discuss and talk about, are starts on page 170. And there were some recommendations and goals from the committee members. I don't know if committee members want to go ahead and speak on this on their own and represent those. I don't have names and listings of which committee members wrote what. I just kind of copied what they had and put it all on these couple of pages. But just from my observation in terms of just reading through this, a couple of areas that they felt Donnie needs to work on to improve and areas of growth would be the communications between the North and the South, and that there was some discrepancies between the North and the South with regards to communications, and maybe even some leadership and direction. And I know that as a member of the board, I'm from the North. I do know that our relationship with Donnie is, of course, a lot different because we are neighbors. Donnie, not only are we neighbors in terms of how we work and being at this time at the time of the evaluation, the president of the board, but Donnie lives a 9-hour away from my house. If Tiger Woods was here, it'd be a wonderful if it was me. But with that said, I do think that there is some concerns about the relationship between the North and the South that had gone away a little bit, and now it's coming back. And I think the reason why it's coming back is I'm getting a true understanding of the complexities of Clark County. And being in this position, I know that there's we have 3 areas here that we divide this up. We have rural Nevada, we have Washoe County, and then we have Clark County. And all 3 of those areas are so unique in how they do things that having an NIAA organization that tries to handle and make decisions based on all three of those is an impossible task. And I want to tell you that Clark County is in its own little world, because even though we have 11 schools in Washoe County, we don't deal with charter schools. We really don't deal with all these other entities of these other little elements that Clark County has, along with the fact that they have 36 public high schools or something along that line, more than that even. And then the increase in the private schools that they have compared to our two that we have. And then you have rural Nevada that might have once, they definitely have one school, and then they might have one private school, or maybe one religious-based school. So with that being said, I think one of the goals from what I've read out of this, and I really want board members to speak up as well, but I really think one of the issues is, and he brought this up, is to bring some type of a leadership role down south in some capacity from this office that the Southern group can connect with and have that relationship with, to provide some NIAA support and leadership, not by a phone call, but actually in person. And I think somebody from the South needs to kind of represent that and talk on that.
Kevin, probably, no, 100%, I agree with everything you said, and Danny, I appreciate so much that you do. I'll just own, like, in the legislative comment, that regardless of whether it's true, like, that's kind of the perception that we have, that I just wanted to express is, as I talked to principals about these issues, really, there was even, like, they thought Bobby was the leader of his own organization that handled us, and you were only for them, right? So there's just a perception of how the real world, and so that's like in my recommendation there is really just, if there's an option between you attending the North tournament or the South tournament, or a North meeting or a South, I think you should choose the South. I think just to kind of build those relations, and again, when I'm doing classroom walkthroughs and I got 5 minutes, I hit that classroom, I puts it to my office, you know, and so I think just to try to, you know, purposely force that issue would go a long way when I'm hearing from membership.
And let me just pipe in, I will own page 169. That's me. I mean, I don't care, I'll throw it out there. This is me because the relationship that Rollins and I have with Donnie is completely different than anybody else on the stage. And we do the every day, and I know the liaisons too, you work with the NIAA as well. But again, I will own everything on 169. I'd be more than happy to talk. Donnie and I talk all the time, and we'll always agree. But at the end of the day, we always walk away and say, hey, it's business. I have a lot of expectations of the NIAA and staff, as there's a lot of expectations placed on my office and what we do for the students, as well as Rollins and everybody else, principals around the table. But I think evaluations are good things. I mean, we're evaluated every year. And I think there's opportunity for growth. And I will say this, that when there were structured league meetings, Donnie did his best and he was present. There's a restructure now in the direction of the Southern League. And I've talked with Mr. Nelson, and he will be present.
And if I could just come about the report, did offer during the football realignment, especially did offer, you know, Mr. Nelson did offer to come speak to the principals and put that out there. So I want to mention that.
Yeah.
I want to add that there were some other board members that mentioned some of the same things on Pam's page. And there's no problem, since she mentioned it, there were some additional comments that was made that were very similar to page 1 here on page 170. That I didn't just add those on, we just knew that they were already mentioned there. But I do think that one of the major issues in the NIAA and Donnie's position, and also Donnie's office, office is that the complexities of the South at times need to be handled separately, and they're different from that of everyone. Just like there are some complexities that Ray Parks brings up all the time about rural Nevada that needs to be addressed and handled that are going to be different from Washoe County and or Clark County. And I don't think that that position and even our board needs to make sure that we're always trying to provide equity in those three areas when they are different. And you cannot provide equity in those aspects when they're so different from each other. And that's a very difficult task. And I think that the only way that we can support Donnie in his position and whoever's in that position in the future is to make sure that Donnie understands those differences and that position as president and executive director can make some decisions that are different, that are inconsistent from one region to another because of those complex issues that we have. And that's the only suggestion I have to the board. I think Donnie's going to take this and learn from this. But again, remember, one board member gets a lot more ticked off about a tournament site and when that tournament site is going to be than another person. And so you could see where some of the issues that we're having were a little bit more personal and more related to their region than it was to what Donnie's doing. And that's kind of how I think it is. I gathered all of this information. Did any other board member want to make a comment regarding this?
Yes, please.
Wade Polson, Region 3 for the record. First off, I don't know how many people in this room get evaluated in public.
Yeah.
But I know there's 2 people in this room that get evaluated in public. Donnie and myself. In my day job, I get evaluated in public. And nothing is more difficult than sitting in a room, people throwing darts at you. Yeah, right. And also giving you praises. There's nothing more, but that is the law. That is the law. General managers, executive directors, superintendents, they all get evaluated in public. That's the law. And it's uncomfortable, isn't it, Don? At times. But at the same time, as Pam said, everybody gets evaluated, but not always with the reporters going and everything else. But from my perspective, representing Region 3, which is all of rural Nevada, anytime I get a call, anytime I have a question, I have called Donnie, and if he doesn't answer immediately, he calls me that night. And I have been on the phone with Donnie several times over the last few months over issues. And I've never felt that there's been a lack of communication. I live in Alamo, Nevada. I consider that's the South to some people, the North to other people. So if I would suggest that any board member ever has a question or a comment or anything, to pick the phone up and to call Donnie, because I've never known him not to get back with you on it, right? And the other thing about these evaluations, I'm a new board member here. I've been here a year, a little over a year, whatever. And I don't know. Quite honestly, I don't know. You look at some of these and works with NIAA finance manager to facilitate the development and implementation of an approved budget supporting establishes the NIAA initiatives and goals. I don't know.
And add a new
I
category.
don't know, right? Because we're not looking at the day to day. I have to assume that Donnie being the executive director
is working with Jay and is establishing that budget. And Jay presents that budget under the direction of Donnie. I have to assume that that is going on. And if there's a budget problem, right? I usually don't call Donnie, I'm gonna call Jay and talk to Jay about it, but you have to assume. So sometimes evaluations, the way we list them and the way we put the categories together, we just don't know what is happening there, right? Because we're not part of the day-to-day. You have to assume that this is his job description. Donnie is over the budget for the NIAA, not Jay. Jay does it, but he's over it. He's the head. So you have to evaluate. If the budget's going good, give Donnie credit for that. More to Jay, because he's doing it all, but Donnie's the head of it, and that being the head, he's responsible. Much like the school board member is over the budget for the first school district. However, who builds the budget for the school district? Not the board, right? The superintendent does. So I have to assume the superintendent is taking care of me as a board member. So that's my 2 cents. So evaluations are, especially in public, are tricky things, right? And it's really hard to create an evaluation that really says and does what a person does in their job, right? And so I give Don credit. I'll own my comment. My comment was the very last one on the legislative one. I didn't know it was on the legislative one. I just put a comment down there. You know, one area that I think that we can improve on is to grow sponsorship inside our the NIAA. We need to grow that. There's a lot of opportunity. You look at Las Vegas, and the state of Nevada is one of the biggest tourism places in the world, right? We should have sponsors, and NIAA being an organization for kids, we should build upon that. I would think that there would be companies out there want to be partners with us in all manner of different ways. And I know we have a group that is supposed to be doing that and stuff, but I think that is one area that seems to really grow, get to the levels that we need to get to. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, William. I'll own up on my comments, as the president of the board for the last couple of years. Number one is I think that Donnie needs to work on that as far as the evaluation aspect of his job, delegating a little bit. Right? You know, a guy who could afford to lose 20 pounds just lost 20 pounds. And a guy like myself who needs to lose 20 pounds. I think I'm not losing because I delegate, and I think he needs to delegate a little bit more. I don't know how executive director delegates in this office, but I know that he has some phenomenal people that we've hired and that he has hired that works with him. And I really think that some of these people need to either step up or give them the opportunity to step up to run and organize some of these subcommittees. And this is just my personal view, Donnie. And I just want to share that with the board that people at this table here, especially those that work in the NIAA office, are very, very capable of their expertise. I kind of mentioned those here. I'm not going to throw anybody's name out right now, but I do think that some delegation needs to take place so that that leadership can grow and they can kind of take over a little bit of those responsibilities.
Right, just some comments. So, as you know, I don't always agree with Donnie, but you know, I represent, there's Sparkler and Washoe. I represent, I think about it now, Elgin County, Lyon County, Humboldt County, to some extent, Washoe County, Churchill County, and now, Lander and Pershing and picking up White Pine and Soccer, in addition to South Holland Truck, right? And I can say unequivocally, he always treats me where I feel like I'm getting the same time, the same respect as he gives these big schools. So I've never felt that, man, if I call Donnie, if he doesn't get back to me, he'll be back to you. 10 minutes later, and I always feel like he's listened to all the concerns that I have, just as much as he has used, and that's hard to find, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Doctor, and there's no other county like that. I mean, there's no other position like that. So you've got rural Nevada that has just what you mentioned there. Then you have Clark County, and then you have Washoe that's in the middle of that. I mean, it's unbelievable, but yet we want consistency across the board in terms of how we're gonna treat all these places every community. I think Clark County alone has more charter schools and non-public schools than all of Nevada together. That's Washoe County and rural Nevada. It's unbelievable, but yet we want that consistency across the board.
Yeah, no, and I think as Ray taught me and as I joined the board, there's, you know, rural and there's frontier.
Yeah.
You're both.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Big compared, so.
You don't got a link?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well. You want them to go for someone? So to conclude the actual evaluation and summary of the actual evaluation is. It's important to note that the board at 41% and 136 votes basically towards the 3 category, which was that he was doing a very good job with regards to the evaluation, and that the board basically graded Donnie as very satisfactory, and the elements of effectiveness, performance, and objectives of meeting the goals and objectives of the NIAA. So that was kind of the overall evaluation with regards to a rating 3 for Donnie with regards to the evaluation. Go ahead, Donnie.
Yeah, no, thank you, President Stoller, Vice President Stoller. Since you did this as your presidency, to finish this up and President Sloan now.
Sure.
No, to recap, this isn't uncomfortable. This is what is law, and you know what, we're only gonna get better in my position as the executive director and staff wise in office. If we see these comments, I'm perfectly accepting of them. We'll get time to review these, personally, professionally, and staff wise, and to be, more efficient and more effective moving forward. The last thing is that I hope you all understand. I will always do my very best to fight the perception that if there is that out there, whoever has it, that I'm a quote unquote northern person. I've been in the NIAA office 25 years. I haven't worked in Washoe County or other school district or in a school. Our office just happens to be based in Reno. That's all. I try to certainly make it as many times. I will always offer myself any meeting that's anywhere around the state. Donnie, we need you to attend, want you to attend. Think it might be a good idea to attend. I will do my absolute very best to get there. Plane flights, long drives, whatever. I have not spent enough time in the central part of the state, the eastern part of the state. I'm the first to admit that issue. It just hasn't happened because I feel like I've spent more time. Certainly so because of the population base, but in the south. So I'm here. So I will do always my very best. If anybody ever has questions, and you can mention that to anybody else outside this room, to people you talk with, all Donnie. It's okay. I'm happy to take it. And if I don't have the right answer, I will find the answer. And if we agree and disagree, that's okay. That's part of what it is. I think, Ron, I appreciate your comments about how diverse the state is in their makeup, and our office staff trying to represent the different interests of 3 dynamically unique enrollment school bases. No, thank you very much. I think it's fair, it's spot on.
Can I just ask, in regards to the evaluation itself, I know it's really hard to write the comment boxes. I don't know who's, yeah, I didn't figure it out. That's why I broke it out.
Yeah.
And,
The recap.
Well, the box
that was available didn't expand. You know,
No.
usually when you were typing, it would expand and get bigger, and this one here made the letters just get smaller, so you couldn't write it in there. I want to remind the board, this is the first year that we've used this evaluation model. This is something new that we've all used, so those of us who have done previous evaluation, we've never used this model before. Maybe there might be a chance for us to kind of, at the next meeting or put it on the agenda, looking at how we can improve this one in terms of meeting the needs that we have regarding to how we're going to evaluate time. Do we take something out? Do we add something, or how we fix it?
Who is this? Who created this?
Good morning.
Well, I know the board did, but who's in possession of this? Okay, can you work on that Carly box and get CS comply? Ron's right. I mean, I would type in a sentence and then it would, I'd lose it.
Yeah. Pam, I think they did that on purpose.
Hey. My page, yours, Pam. You know, right? It just gets over. Okay. All right, now we're looking for a motion in regards to the executive director evaluation. Is there a motion?
Going past region 3, I move to accept the evaluation of the executive director.
Do we have a second? Fossil?
Positive, region 4, I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, we have a second. Any additional questions, discussions? Seeing that there's none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Passed. Donnie keeps his job. All right, let's go to item number 25, Sports Medicine Advisory Committee recommendations on page 173.
Thank you, President Swan, Donnie Nelson, and staff. I'm going to delegate to Lori Lots to read down our forms that are page 173.
So the form has been updated just a bit since the last time you guys saw it. On page 7, it's the history form. And this was the changes to this form were removed in a special meeting, and it includes the description at the top that was updated. And it was also updated on our Spanish version as well. That's what it says. And the other changes that were made from the January board meeting that you guys wanted to put on the form is on page 78, or at the top of all of them, to make it kind of more visible and stand out which forms are supposed to be shared and which aren't. So we highlighted the not to be shared. And bolded it to try to really help families know that those forms are not brought back to the school. The other changes are on page 180. And this is the form that does go back to the school. The items that were added.
spots. Asked for rest of the staff. That's significant, to the composition to one.
Sorry, Bart Davis and I staff, just as an advisement, we lost Wi-Fi on the laptop that's running the Owls, so I don't believe. I've turned my microphone on so Mr. Hyde can hear us, but I'm not sure that everything's getting out to the public right now.
Wait,
Well,
please advise.
Yeah, we're not sure when we've got public comment on, we take a 5-minute break to see if we get that.
We're gonna recess for 5, and see what we reset.
Roll.
You guys, we're back on with Wi-Fi. Mr. Nelson. Down. Okay, the Wi-Fi, we're good to go. Bart? Okay, the Wi-Fi is back. Did we end up with the sports medicine?
Yeah, I think it's the point where we can do a motion.
Oh,
Try
the new
to
changes.
25, yes.
Okay, all right, looking for a motion for number 25.
Ryan Sorensen, for the record, I motion that we approve the updated physical form reflecting the new changes for the, and put it into implementation.
Kabaz is reaching for, I'll second that motion.
Excellent, thank you very much. Any further discussion? Any questions? Anybody else? Anything else? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion approved. All right, let's go to number 26 on page 181, shot clock survey, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Donnie Nelson from the staff, the great shot clocks. Let me give you a quick recap of what other stations around us are doing in 7-8, because as you know, we do have multiple member schools that travel out of state for tournaments during the year. Arizona, they are as a state all in right now, but only 3A through 6A classifications, not at the 1A and 2A levels. The 1A and 2A are not using shot clocks. I don't know when that's going to come back. That's from David Hines, my colleague there, and all in means in Arizona, also including the postseason. So it's full across the board for all the 2 classifications. California's had a shot clock in place for a very long time. They never got to have representation on the NFHS basketball rules committee because they did not follow what the NFHS rulebook said, which back then there was not an allowance for a shot clock. That's why all this is coming out, because the NFHS has put in place that there is an allowance for state association adoption for shot clock. California's been long into this for a long time. Hawaii will be all in for this upcoming year. They are not even going to have a trial year, just 1 year advance notice they've made to all schools, and that's start purchasing equipment, get ready to go. So Hawaii all in for next year. Utah is all in right now, statewide. Again, it's regular season, postseason included. Alaska will do a trial year next year for 23-24 with regards to regular season tournaments only. So not even league play, not even non-league games unless there's a special request made to the office, but just for tournaments only. And then they will reevaluate it after the 23-24 season, talk about what comes after that. Idaho is all in for 23-24 with options for the leagues to, I guess, opt out if they want to, but that kind of conflict. Oh, I know, I'm sorry. Idaho is all in for 23-24. They used this past season as options for leagues if they want to explore with it. I don't know how many did or didn't. I'd have to find out from my colleague in Idaho next week. Montana is all in right now statewide. Oregon is all in also next year. They did trials by the league this year. Washington is all in, effective immediately statewide. And the last one around is section 7A. Wyoming has no plans to use a shot clock at any point in time moving forward. But you can see pretty much everybody around us, for like large majority, 23-24 is a, if not all in, it's a big step forward. You go with shot clocks. At one time, I thought we were a little bit ahead of the game in doing circuit to shot clocks, and so all of a sudden I realized we're now a little bit behind the game, because all we've done is a survey. Page 182 is a sample of is a copy of the survey that was sent out. We did it for boys basketball and for girls basketball as a separate survey, just to see if there were any differences. Then on page 183, you see the survey results broken down by school. We did have 100% submission back, which was very impressive, and we demanded that. But on the boys side and the girls side, you see at the bottom, the second column, On the boys side, yes, 83-20, and the girls side, yes, 81-22, so very similar. And the other thing that kind of a little interesting to me too, is if you look at between 5A schools all the way through 1A schools, pretty consistent across the board about percentages that said yes and no. So it's not just large schools or small schools dominating the vote for all yeses, and then there are which schools that no. You can see the breakout by schools. So with that said, that's the report on the shot clock. And really, this is kind of a question to the board as to how you want our state to go next. We've got a shot clock. We don't have individual details about shot clock. It's not like, hey, besides 35 seconds, if we have a reset, offensive possession maintained, and the shot clock goes below a certain, countdown, or kickball or something like that, it resets to 20. We don't count out yet. We certainly can do that. We can do that very quickly. We can find out what other states do, and I'm sure there's probably pretty much a commonality on that. But understanding the significance of the financial impact to schools and to districts and getting equipment, number one, installing equipment, number two, and number three, the long term, right, having somebody to run the shot clock. Does it have to be an actual official from the NNBOA or SNOA or anything like that? Not necessarily, because I don't know that we have enough officials in the NENOA or CSNO to be able to do that, facilitate it. It may be that as we develop this, it could still be based on, people at a scores table, which a lot of schools use right now. They use their people to run it. Now, in the South, generally speaking, right, we have scores and timers that are hired to the SNOA. Would that still continue or not? We don't have any of those details worked out. This is just a first report. I'm certainly not, this is not gonna happen with full implementation for this upcoming season. I know that it's gonna take us the time to build it, but we can talk about, if we want to, details of how do we experiment this upcoming year. A whole lot of stuff on the table with regards to basketball shot clock. And I'll open up for questions or comments as to what.
We actually have a public comment.
And we do. Let's see if we would. Yes, thank you. I had that note right. Why don't we read a public comment first, and then we'll go back to discussion. Thank you.
Dear Donnie, more high school games either have low scoring games or they hold the ball too long to get time. Both of these are causing a decrease in attendance of games. The NIAA is decreasing the revenue and decreasing the popularity of high school basketball. It is no surprise that the top two Oklahoma high school boys basketball teams ended their game with a combined score of 6 points. Nevada and Oklahoma do not have a shot clock, and more teams are using stall ball strategy to run the clock until the end of the quarter, if not the game. One team is holding the ball for 7 minutes straight. Many student sections from both sides of the gym either take a nap or leave the game early. Another example is in the Nevada High School State Championship game between Elko and Somerset Low Seed. Somerset holds the ball more frequently than Elko does, which limits Elko's time to score, and many fans are upset about it. Many Northern Nevada basketball teams are losing the state semifinals and finals every year due to no shot clock, and many teams are holding the ball too long. NIAA needs a shot clock for 5A, 4A, and 3A teams only, and I know that many smaller school districts don't have enough money to install a shot clock as larger school districts like Washington School District and Northwest School District. NIAA can afford to have no shot clock policy, as many of the attendants are dipping, less entertainment with high school games, increasing participation rate for student athletes, and declining budget allocation revenue stream. Nearby states who have a shot clock are increasing the popularity, more scoring, and more entertainment for the fans, students, and alumni. I will ask you to please pass agenda number 26, to install a shot clock for a better and more competitive game, increase the participation rate for student athletes, and increase the revenue stream for the NIAA. If you have any questions or concerns, please contact me. I'm going to announce phone number. Sincerely, Pablo Nava on Washington County School District Athletic Coordinator.
Absolutely.
Going to staff again, I know we don't comment to public comments, but just 2 notes on it. Number one is I do not have data for you in here to say a shot clock would increase scoring or not. We have granted special permission to the Arcadian Classic the last couple of years to use a shot clock for some of their high school games. Bart, I know we've seen that data from Coach Grant Rice. I am likely trying to remember if there was a point differential. I think it was increasing a little bit, but this is just my speculation to that. And the second thing is with regards to this letter, this is for this information discussion. This is not an action item. So I want to make sure that's clear too in relation to this letter. But anyway, Bart, do you remember the data from Coach Rice that came in on those term 2 years?
Davis and I staff, Nelson, I vaguely, yes, part of it was. Part of what we had asked for too is the number of times the shot clock actually came into play, where it gone off, and we weren't able to get that information. So depending on which, especially in a tournament like that, where you see some pretty elite teams. Depending on which games the shot clock was used or not used, it's not really that you can draw it.
Thank you.
Ellen?
Ellen Townsend, official liaison. Vince from the SNOA just wanted me to relay that when their official work that tournament, you know, it was all a positive experience for the officials. So they had some, you know, the training or whatever they had in place for that. Officials had no problem with the shot clock. They enjoyed it.
Kevin McCullough, Region 4. Ellen, just a question on that. Was it an extra person at the table or the existing two in the shot clock as well in those tournaments?
I don't know what they had at that tournament exactly. I'm not sure. If like the SNOA provided someone, I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, it's an extra person, okay. And then just to follow up is, in the survey, were there comments, I'm just curious about schools that had a different answer, which for boys basketball and girls, but did they provide any comments to explain? No.
Mr. Parks?
Don, here's a question for you. So, you know how the NIAA is recommended, like we all use, say, Pixel or whatever. So for the cost, we have a way to recommend that we buy the same exact stuff. And then, we'd have to have it locally put in, but maybe we get a break on that, because you're gonna hear the cost come up a bunch. I'm just wondering if there's a vendor that does something like that.
Let me share some with you.
Okay.
Besides 2A liaison on the board, Donnie, on the survey, there's some schools missing. Did they not respond if they're not on here, or was that an oversight? Prep, Battle Mountain, Silver State, Liberty Baptist.
Is that 100%?
No, I tell you.
He said 100%.
No, John, my apologies. I thought we had everybody back. This is what we received in and did follow up otherwise the schools that we
Okay,
thought that were missing. I thought we had everybody in.
and with that being said, 3A, 2A, 1A, I can probably speak for all three of them. We provide our own scoreboard people, like you said, and book at every home game. And I have colleagues in Utah and Arizona that have been using the shot clock this last year. And we had a conversation last night with a guy who said that they just found somebody in the community that's basketball savvy. In Utah's 35 seconds. There was a bunch of, at first in Utah, there was a bunch of, hands in the air. Can't believe they're making every classification do it. But they had a great success over there in Utah this year. So I think the biggest thing is probably going to be the cost, especially at smaller schools, and you're getting rid of the loss.
Mr. Anderson?
Just following up on Mr. Parks' comment, if we were to do that, I think we're gonna have to follow the bidding process, so we probably have to put it up to bid, which would be good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Kevin McCullough, Region 4. So at the last board meeting, we did get some estimates. And they seemed fairly reasonable, just overall estimates. And so that was just numbers we were throwing out that wasn't official or any. I was just like doing a Google search.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to lose sight of your comment on Dino staff. Right, with regards to equipment and installation, the NIAA as an office staff or as an association, we don't go out to bids for schools and we don't recommend you need to use this vendor or whatever scoreboard. This would be the same thing. This would be left up to, as my knowledge, left up to districts and schools to say, as long as you meet the requirement to have a shot clock, whether it be posted on top of the backboard or as California did for many years, having that shot clock very visible on the side of the court. Now, granted, that's a safety issue too, with playing past the baseline and all that. So I think we'd have to come up with a strong recommendation that needs to be posted at least above the backboards. But that's as far I think that we would go as an association.
Okay, you ready? All right, I had Mr. Xavier Anthony reach out to one of our approved vendors through the school district, and I will tell you, for a shot clock, backboard light, wireless controller, and then controller carrying case, every unit costs about close to $5,000. So for CCSD to put 76, and that's main gym, that auxiliary gym, to put 76 in all of our schools, it would be about a $370,000 expense. Now, that doesn't include the individual sitting at the table that has to man that controller. And I would really hope that we're not putting kids behind that table, that I believe it would have to be somebody affiliated with the associations. Yes.
I'm also curious to see if that can also include a protective screen that needs to go in front of it to protect those clocks from the PE classes that. So, I mean, that's an additional cost as well. And that is pretty pricey. I know that box is a little bit smaller than the school, so I can't use that price as an example, but I do know that there definitely needs to be a protective screen put in front of that, unless they're wireless and you can take them off and put them back on when there's games. So if you have that kind, that price will even go up even higher.
Thanks, Madam Ray.
Yes.
It won't mandate that Lowry and Montgomery get rid of our fan sheet back. Yep.
Basketball coaches around the table.
Yeah, ask our guys, make sure our liaisons and the liaisons, you're trying to read that. Too bad, I visited, but I don't know, what do you hear from your schools? What do you think, Bob?
Well, I just had that problem bit by the north. Pam, your estimate included the fancy lights. I know in some cases, even at the college level, they don't have the lit backboard and it's a horn that goes off. I wonder if it would be significantly less expensive if you weren't lighting up the scoreboards to indicate when that shot clock expired. So I don't know what kind of options, I haven't looked at them. So I don't know what options are there, but I think in terms of the NIAA staff, when they're considering the minimum expectation that something like this were to go through, that might be something that could be considered. In the northern 5A, I can think of one school, and it just happens to be our newest high school, actually has scoreboard lighting.
Wow.
But not another school has scoreboard lighting.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think there would have to be a minimum standard, and we go from there.
Because
I
that's
remember-
what money to plus,
Yeah,
as opposed to a fancy light.
where I went to college in California, I actually coached basketball back way long time ago. We had a shot clock back then, and I remember as a coach, it was this big component I would have to carry out, put on the 2-in line, plug it in the wall. Yeah. Shot clock way back then, so. Yes, sir.
Sean Simons, 2A liaison. Also something to be, that Utah mentioned this year was when they bought the shot clock, some of them are getting newer ones next year that has the actual shot clock, but also the game clock on top of that. Because too many kids are looking at the regular clock and shot clock, regular clock, shot clock. It's just something to consider, and they had all adults run their shot clock. It just has to be somebody basketball savvy. And he did mention that there's been several violations of, when your team holds another team to 35 seconds without scoring. It's just a huge momentum thing. And like I said, they've embraced it with open arms. Something to consider.
I do like the shot clock.
That's a great answer, Sorensen, for the record. I feel like this is the way high school basketball is going. I mean, nationwide, lots of states, even at the national level, they're using a shot clock, and it does make the game more exciting, more competitive. It definitely changes the way kids are playing. And those athletes in Nevada that are looking to go on to the collegiate level, they have a shot clock. So I definitely think it's something that we need to implement in the state of Nevada.
Ray Park, blessing as a principal and budget wise, I think if you need to approve it effective a year from now or something and get it moving, so we all have time to budget here.
I appreciate that comment.
Problem starting boards. Concerns regarding how that implementation process is going to take place. I would like to see at least a school year or a season done where we can practice it a little bit. I mean, have some schools are gonna have the funds, some schools in our district are gonna have the funds to go put it up tomorrow. Others are gonna have to wait till next year's budget or something else to get that put in. The problem I see initially is if this passed and we say, okay, we want this in by next basketball season and we're getting those things put in. You got games and teams that won't even have a person to be able to run the thing. I think that's gonna be a bigger issue more so than getting it installed. Once it gets installed, it doesn't work by itself. You gotta put a human behind that big box.
Well, yeah, the whole thing is big,
It's a big.
but it's not only the equipment, it's the manpower. We have to go through our districts for it to be put in. Yeah, we have to talk about the finances of somebody running it. I mean, we can't just say, okay, we're gonna do shot clocks. Yeah, this Kavasi.
Before, I just have a question. I know that I was taking some notes while I was going through some of these states. Did you say that, I'm not sure if I got this right, was it Alaska that was bringing a trial run? Could we get some information from those states or those districts that either have tried a trial run, what was the structure they used, and, you know, maybe get some advice from them before, before we implement ours?
Yeah,
Some kind of structure.
Don, yeah, I can do that. I'm the one who communicated with all my colleagues around section 7A, and this is what I got back from them. Again, most of them just finished a year trial this year. I will see them next week and.
To get some information from them, like what worked, what didn't work, et cetera.
That is. Yeah. Any other discussion, comments?
I'd maybe like to, Sean, send us to just to maybe put it to the board and the liaisons that if this is the way that the state goes here next year, 2 years away, whenever, do we take care of trying to start it on a new realignment cycle, the middle of a realignment cycle? I mean, I agree with Mr. Parks's assessment that at least a year in notice, to have smaller districts be able to budget. But I mean, we're going into a new realignment cycle for the next 2 years. We know that. Just from NIAA staff, any suggestions of maybe a timeline that we could start? I know it's just discussion on approving anything, but just want to put that out.
Mr. Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Don, for step. Yeah, thank you, Sean. That kind of my last comment was gonna be, from sitting in my seat, I don't see a full implementation any sooner than the start of the next realignment cycle. If we do go to a point, depending on what I report back in June to you, how success or failures or potential pitfalls of what states experienced this year. We look at possibly granting permission for any tournament that says, hey, can we try it in the upcoming, maybe 24, 25, make sure I get my year right, where 23. So the 23, 24 school year, possibly in 24, 25 being some other kind of expanded trial period, and possibly then being 25, 26 as being the full implementation. So definitely 2 school years of notice. And maybe in June, we get to a point where we say, hey, yeah, let's bring it back and structure out the details of how to be implemented over a 2-year period before it's full go. Or maybe after June, bring it back again, maybe we table even further or not. I don't really know. So, but anyway, no sooner, that personally speaking, I would never want to put that burden on schools or districts to have it any sooner than a 2-year. And fitting with the new realignment cycle makes the most sense to me.
Anybody else?
Thank you, President Lombardi, and staff. You have a few schools right now that have shot lights already installed in the buildings. You could also potentially look at for some non-league games. If those schools are willing to, even this coming year, use those as some trial games, if we're all on board with something like that. I do know that one of our new incoming member schools is having shot clocks installed this summer into their gym as well. So that it gives us at least a handful of possibilities from the state. Mr. Nelson discussed that potential for some tournaments as well, just to see how that starts to go. Just a recommendation on my end, we wouldn't want to force anybody to anything, but it could give us some options, which the different schools playing in that type of environment, so you can feedback on them.
So Jim.
All right, anybody else? Yeah, I think it's worth the conversation, but especially with the liaisons, because some districts will pay the front, will pay for the equipment, and probably some districts will require the schools to pay, so they need to know as well. All right, we're gonna move on to agenda item 28. That's where we're at.
Yeah, we can do one more and then we'll break for lunch. How's that?
Okay, let's do 28, the NIAA Hall of Fame inductees, class 2023. Page 185.
All right, thank you, President Stone, Dias, and the staff. The news release, pages 186 through 189. And our Hall of Fame selection committee met recently. These are the individuals that have been vetted for full selection. Oddly enough, it's the way our rules and regulations go, that the board does need to approve those selected for induction to our Hall of Fame. And so those that are listed there, you can read the release and when the banquet will be, format will be. I will note a few people. Well, you can see the list on page 187. That's the quick list, and then the little quick brief descriptions on pages 188, 189. Some very familiar names. Those of you who see these in here that are associated with the NIA, obviously Bill Darrow, longtime 2A liaison to this board and league president. Bob Northridge, sitting right here. Bob does have one more board meeting with them. We'll recognize his departure from this board and the Association of NIA staff in the June meeting. And then the banquet follows that. Regina Quintero, who Mr. Anthony replaced, long time involvement with the with NATA and then serving as executive for a few years. And Shelley Walsh, a past league president and somebody who sat at the table representing schools that he represented the Spark Federal on the past. And of course, being back on the southern side for what he was as an athlete. So this is a southern rotation year for the Hall of Fame. That's why you see these individuals associated. And then next year rotates to the northern rotation. We got on that just to help our, not really to help our tenants, to help the inductees and their families, so they wouldn't have to attempt to travel to one end of the state or the other, both family members. Theoretically, by going southern rotation, northern rotation, all the inductees and their families are at least closer to that area to help attend. So for that, if anybody has any questions or comments, please feel free to throw them at me. Otherwise, this is for action. We need a motion to start with all these conditions. After that.
Pretty much for anybody that they can book it.
Linda? Deposits 3 and 4, I'd like to make a motion to accept the NIAA Hall of Fame's 29th class of 2023 inductees for cool.
Paulson, Region 3, second.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, discussions this time? Seeing that there is none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion passed. Congratulations.
Bobby. Yeah.
My parent here was a chairman. All right, you guys, it's 11 o'clock now. It is going to be lunch. We're gonna have lunch until 12 o'clock. That's 25 minutes. Right. I'm being encouraged.
And you need to get your seats. We do not have a room available. Treat back and get your seats. That won't help us so fast.
Hey, Pam.
Yes, sir.
Central Association.
Yeah. Cause it is. It barks and the mic is still on.
Thank you. All right, let's go to item number 29, Board of Control, page 190.
Those are listings of members that will rotate off on page 190, potentially. Page 191, just for your reference, is listed the Board of Control, the seats and their expiration dates. We'll refer that here in a few minutes. And then I will also reference brought with me our NACs in regards to voting positions and how they work. So first of all, we have a Region 4 spot that is vacant. This is part of Amy Wagner, and that position is open. Trustee Gracie Morales is working on that from the CCSD side right now. And that will, I would expect, get onto a board agenda, I understand, in late April. I think it's gonna be a first reading and second reading in early May, if I remember correctly, the dates that we're looking to get that posted. With that, so that's a vacant position. Wade, Trevor Paulson, as Region 3, your term expires also after the June meeting. That would go back through NASB and Rick Harrison. If you know more information about that, I mean.
It's going to be on our agenda for actually.
Okay, you're already on it. Okay, very good. And I don't need to reiterate that the counties that are involved, three, or leave that on. You're on. Sounds good, thank you. Linda Brazos, Region 4 also expires in June. You are eligible for reappointment. And again, that will go through the CCSD trustees. Pamela Sloan expired June meeting, also eligible for reappointment. And certainly, Evelyn knows, understands your position now in the board president and the history of this office, seated the office having a seated position at a board of control. Member Riddle, that would go back to the trustees, right, student athlete graduating. So, yeah, right.
2 years. I did 4 years, he's sophomore. Oh. Yeah, but these are 3-year terms,
So,
correct?
yeah, well, so the region, right, it's the weird dynamic, okay, that's weird. So the weird dynamic of the parent guardian rotation was that we had three seats, and we had to get into a rotation, thank you, get into a rotation that matched same number of seats rotating off each year in a 3-year increment term. So the Clark County seat, I don't want to say Clark County seat, the Region 4 seat for the parent guardian was the first one to rotate off. You are eligible for reappointment then, with your students still going to. But because the way the rotation was set up in the regulations, and I can tell you how that goes. Region 4's position will first expire in June 2023, and then successive 3-year increments after that. Region 1 position would first expire in June 2024, and then successive 3-year increments after that. And then regions 2 and 3 would have the position expire in 2025, and then successive 3-year increments after that. So even with 2 more years in a 3-year process, you could still be eligible for reappointment. But I'll have to explain that to Trustee Gracie Morales and how that would work with 2 years, not 3 years. But it could happen because the seat that could be replaced for 1 year to expire the term.
If your test, we can keep running.
That's true. Okay. So, okay, so I'll handle that with that. Okay. Okay, good. And then the liaison, turn to page 191. So what I just explained was on the left side of page 191 for the voting members, the region, you see the seats and the terms that are expiration, so you have that at your reference. For the liaisons, the 1A, it's kind of been a south-north rotation, doesn't always have to be that way. At the 2A, it wasn't that way for a long time, as you remember, one of our soon-to-be Hall of Fame members, Bill Darrow, Navy High School, sat as the 2A liaison on the board for many years, and it never rotated to another position. I know the 1A, Mike Strong and retirement, and for stepping out. Congratulations to you. One, David Vick has already been lucky to step in from Smith Valley. Okay, so he rotated. He is a northern person. That's again not a problem that has to happen, but that's the way it will rotate to a northern person. David Vick is that person. The 2A, it's possible that it could rotate to a northern person. Sean Simons is filling the role for Bill Darrow, we stepped off a year early to do this, but Sean, certainly if the 2A were to look to you to continue on, you're more than welcome to do it. It doesn't have to rotate to another site. As I mentioned, Bill Darrow stayed on for a long time representing the South because it's a 2A representation across the board. 3A, Mr. Parks heading towards retirement also. It's great, seems to be a theme around here. Been seen as the northern side. Jason Odegaard from Front Valley, administrator there, has already been selected, so he will come on board as a liaison.
The voice will live on.
I hope for a little while.
4A, 5A South, Tammy Hayvig from Legacy, mentioned that in my report. Tammy will fill into that position. That's the position that was vacated by Tim Jackson. 5A North, this is a commissioner of the 5A North position, so Bob will stay in that position. As far as I know, Bob, I have not seen anything otherwise in the 5A Northern region we want to restructure other than having the commissioner sit as that representative position.
The only option, Donnie, could possibly be that the group of ADs might say, we want to appoint the president, because we do have a sitting president. Although that's on a rotation year-to-year basis, so currently it's Jeff T. at my ranch, and next year it would be Frank Lazarek from Bishop.
And Diane, personally speaking, to have a person rotate every year, president, that's how your bylaws go. I think that would be very difficult to do. Because the way it's consistency versus being the commissioner has worked out very well. But I do think, Bob, if you would, on your next agenda item, put that on there, please, just to confirm, for us. Thank you. Private schools, very well, probably, moving away. We'll have an election and selection process. Private school, Brett is going to help facilitate that for me and seek nominations, and then that will come to our office and we'll do a vote for the private schools. Mike Cofer too, representing the charter schools. I don't know what you're certainly available for employment to continue on. We'd have to have, you go ahead, you got a comment, you know where we are.
I was just gonna say that we'll go up for some type of selection process. At the last meeting down south, we discussed that a little bit. There wasn't enough consensus there to make the decisions at that time. But we'll get together on a statewide basis as well. And for a couple of charts, we'll go and come with individual, maybe me, maybe somebody else.
Yeah. Well, we'll be happy to have you. Thank you, Mike. You're on it. Take care of it. I appreciate it very much. Typically, these things do handle within the leagues or the regions or the groups of schools that they represent. That's how it usually happens. The Athletic Association, the executive director, that's a city position for that. So Xavier, obviously you continue on for our next term. Officials, Ellen, you do expire in June and as well. So we have to go through the official group. Jay, we typically do that in the June meeting, at the official meeting, correct, for a selection. That's you. Okay. Right. And again, Ellen is available. And the students are gonna, again, we never got students for region 2 or 3, despite many attempts on the rural communities, we never secured that person. And the student athletes representing 1 and 4 with Haley in there, they're both involved right now in school in NASC conference. That's why they're not here getting ready. One is traveling today, and one is the co-host at Clark High School. And so we have to figure out how we get back into students. That'll be basically a nomination form that will go out of our office, like we did last time. So that is the update on the board of control and expiration dates. Clearly, we've got some work ahead of us to get those going. After this meeting, then, for the region 4 seats, correspondent will come out of our office, and the CCC trustee president already has that form. She already understands the positions that are available, and that we've discussed over the phone timelines and circumstances to get these positions filled. We will send out now out of our office the official notification letter that says this is the final call. June is the last meeting for these individuals. Please act accordingly. That's the update for 29. Again, this is just for information on it. I'm welcome to take questions if anybody has.
Real quick, Ray Park. Do superintendent rotate, or they go themselves, or how do they do?
The superintendent, yeah, the superintendents vote themselves. Nominate somebody. That just regards to Russell Peck. I'm sorry, I don't think I mentioned Russell Peck. No, I didn't. I skipped right over Russell. Went straight to David White. Yes, same thing. The superintendents will vote internally within NAS to select their person that will represent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's nothing that needs to be handled otherwise out of this group or my office. I just get that nomination back. or approval back. All right, that's what I have for 29. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you. It's gonna be a lot of changes, but all right, let's go to item number 32, master calendar for the 23-24 school year, starting on page 209.
All right, so our staff is trying to streamline the way that notifications presented out. It's a little bit different format with the next item, but to give you dates and sites. The reason this keeps coming back for next year, 2024, because of the realignment process and trying to understand if we were to have a standalone classification, which obviously relates to Southern Nevada at this point, whether it be 4A or 5A, and depending on the sports. So that's why we bring it back with continued updates as to where a state championship tournament would be played. And you see on page 211, for example, in May, again, we don't know what the Southern standalone classification is because we haven't gotten to the spring sport realignment. But I think what a possible sidebar, without tipping too much or get involved where I don't need to, maybe, but we'll find out, is that the calendar for 2024, that state weekend ends on May 18th. That actually, we've approved that to the Board of Control. Typically, a little side comment, typically try and get these master schedules done 2 years in advance. And our regulations actually say that that's what we're supposed to do. So everybody can plan it for them. With the way this realignment process has reshaped itself, and we'll get consistent in the realignment process here, I think, going forward. We haven't had a chance to really do that for a 2 year in advance process. Granted, these dates for 23-24, the general dates have been set. And so this is more of a setting of where a state tournament will be held. But as we see in the next item too, trying to again improve a calendar based on certain sites, we'll talk about it a little bit. But this calendar, again, I'm gonna go back to, it is scheduled to end on May 18th. It is understanding that we have a district that again overlaps with finals and graduations, and it becomes a burden on a district where we end. So with that, I don't know if I'll turn it over to Mr. McFarland. I know you have had conversations with fellow principals and what's going on with CCSD with regards to the NIAA matching cap.
Maybe contribution before, so I've been working with Dr. Bart and Dr. President Mitchell regarding just this year, where state championship tournaments for certain sports are on the first 2 days of final exams, which are Thursday and Friday, the 18th and 19th. We do have a regulation that students cannot take final exams early. We did get this morning, I got written approval that students involved in those tournaments may take exams early this year. We did get that approved by Dr. Jar. But again, that's the hardship we have is this year, it's a Thursday, Friday, Monday exams. And so, which is a unique issue, but next year we also have a one-off day like that. So, I mean, for us, anything we can do to push that, you know, even a few days, get it off exam days would be extremely helpful for the CCSD schools. The issue being because we don't have a 2 week spring break and a 2 week winter break, which is what shortens our gap. But we do get approval for this year to get it fixed for 1 year.
So as it stands, I know from the staff, as it stands currently, 23-24, it's upcoming year, you would be in the same position to have to go ask for a special exemption for funds to be taken early, because clearly they're not gonna be taken late. That's not gonna happen. So the option is, what do we do with this calendar? What do we do with the spring sports season? If it's shortened, we can speak freely here, we need to. If it's shortened by a week, say the spring sports season would end on the 11th of May in 2024. A couple things happen. One is it puts us on AP testing, which at least the first 2 weeks of May. Second thing is that, granted, as exceptional of a year this was for weather during Nevada, you know, shortening it by another week and thinking that the amount of games that maybe need to play in Northern Nevada to get done a league schedule in a week shorter, or even fewer days to have any potential makeup games, could present a bit of a challenge. You know, on the other side too, by shortening by a week, potentially, we've got a gigantic enrollment population that wouldn't have to worry about finals. It would be taken off any concerns. I don't know. I don't have a recommendation on what to do with this. Either way, it's fraught with peril on how we go. Boy, I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you initially, I just thought your conversation, and I know I gave you wrong information, and I apologize. I thought it was just this year, that this would have an impact. And then, as Donnie and I looked at it again, we realized it had an impact next year as well. Do you guys, do you have a solution, recommendation? Kevin?
I mean, if it's an option to, I mean, after this meeting, changes cannot be made. Is that my understanding? Because once you look and see like the numbers of students involved, like I say, it's not track, right? So that's a huge thing. If it was track, we're talking about potentially 1 or 2 baseball teams. It is track. So it is track. I'm sorry. So I missed it. So, I mean, I think we're in uncharted waters here with letting kids take exams early and what Pandora's box opens up to the district. Dr. Gar was not looking to do anything beyond just a 1 year and ask us to fix it. So that's kind of the marching order for that.
Dynasty staff, no, I, be honest, the further we get down the road, the more difficult it is, especially if we start to develop spring sports schedules, regular season schedules for our leagues and regions. Is June too late to do this? Not necessarily, because we'll just finish the realignment anyway in June, probably, a week before our board meeting. I would never recommend we take a calendar this late to go in June and hey, we're gonna start. But again, this isn't a fall and winter season issue, so it's possible.
I just think like we may know more about what we're talking about once we go through it this year, where we find it wasn't a big deal. And we could make it work. Dr. Gar may approve it, knowing that it's okay. Now, next year would be the last year and we had it. So we might be able to not shorten the season if it goes well for us, but I don't know that until it happens.
And I think also for full disclosure, I'm not sure you're aware of this, but golf typically is a Monday, Tuesday for states. They've pushed the 5A now to Wednesday, Thursday. We were just notified half hour ago that 3A golf is Tuesday, Wednesday. So it will also have an impact on golf. And again, this is no, and I'm not saying I'm not gonna blame some of the United Way, blame a lot of stuff in the United Way. But this is all because 3A was supposed to be in truck. And it's my understanding they still have snow. So, this is unique. So this is a big shift for us.
Yeah, what guidance with the staff, so one thing that could happen for the June agenda is if there was a recommendation or proposal from any board member to bring it on there to change the master calendar to 1 week earlier, that was coming from this group, and so we would need that obviously in advance of the June meeting, and everybody can see in advance, and obviously all of our leagues and region and classification representatives would need to see that and understand that, and I would imagine that the recommendation would not be to change up the entire master calendar to start the fall a week earlier, so the winter a week earlier, so the spring finish a week earlier. I wouldn't think that would happen, because again, we already locked into dates with, like, for example, University of Nevada, Reno next year for state basketball. We couldn't change that because we've made the Southwest Conference. There's some things that have to stick in place, and so that would be most likely, I can see where coming would be to shorten for 1 year the actual spring season from, in essence, a 10-week competitive season to 9. And I'm guessing our baseball coaches and softball coaches, and some other coaches would probably not be all that excited about it. I don't know that, but I can't imagine it. But anyway, that's where it has to come back, is something presented on behalf of the group to say, hey, NIAA board, you all need to look at this and potential proposed change.
We start our graduations that Monday. We graduate Monday. Some schools Monday after the conclusion of the finals. And so this has huge impact. And I know they're speaking on behalf of CCSD.
Well, it's wrong, solid staff. I do think though that if we get the information out that there's a possibility that the spring season will just lose a week, and we just get that out to them in advance, it's only a one-time deal that they can bitch and moan about it for a while, but it is what it is. It's a one-time only, and you just have a week shorter this year because of what's going on, and we move forward because I really think that's the best solution, is to go ahead. This is a one year deal,
And this is what the schedule looks like. I'm sorry, but that's how the calendar goes.
Because I think if it had an impact on the other district, would do the same thing. You know,
Exactly.
I know it's always. So we
Great
would-
part, agree, I agree with you, all. It is what it is, you get it out now, we can start planning. Make, you know. Even if you guys come back later, you can come back with that suggestion.
You know, I think again, there's Donnie trying to solve all the issues of the complexities of what we have. The best solution here is that we have a calendar that actually works for 90% of what we're doing. And that 10% for 1 year is based on the calendar and how it rolled out. I think we have that, we put that in there and just let those spring coaches know, hey, we are so sorry, but you're gonna lose a week. And let's move forward. And that way, we're not waiting to see what happens at the end of this year and the end of next year to see if we can get that done.
All right, let's see, get guidance from the staff. You still want to test it and find out first, right? That's where we're going.
Coming from me before, I'm good with that. I think that's what I would say, just short season. I thought it was the intention of this board not to look at shortened season until the last resort, but if we're good with that, you can put that.
So we have to, I know we have to bring back in June to show all that. Mr. Davis, go ahead.
Thank you, Bert Dixon, and staff. How much of a problem would that cost for AP testing?
That was my next exact question.
Well, AP testing is always a factor anyway. It always comes into play when we have regionals. You know, kids are always, you know. That's always been there. That's nothing new.
It's just always, at this point, would become basically a 2-week thing, and they're gone more even on travel for that. I have zero idea in fact of that. That's kind of, it's.
I can explain the point of what Mr. Davis said, guys on the staff. The way AP testing is fallen on our calendar is that the second week of AP testing is our region week. And so typically we're all local, and we try and design baseball, softball, boys volleyball, everything to be played, even golf is the very best of really, but it doesn't really happen. That's track and field to be in the afternoon sessions. So we're not missing that 8 to 12 o'clock block with AP testing, and to the best of our ability, not even to miss the 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock block as well. This puts the second week of AP testing on state championship week. So now we're not necessarily local for a lot of sports. We are sending kids to another part of the state that they have no opportunity to potentially attend a test if our schedule is later in the day, because they're not even in town. That was. So that worries us, because those, as you all know, those calls from moms and dads come into our office. Why in the world did you do this? My kid can't take the AP test, and you cost my kid get into college. Well,
There it is, and I'm just looking at it.
Yeah.
we always say that.
So next year comes.
Thank you, Deb. No, looking that up, I appreciate it to see where it beat us. If we can find where that is for 24.
Yeah, they have that on.
Wait just a second, Mr. Carl's looking that up.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Mike Stray, Mike Strong.
Extremely strong.
Get long time retired. Done, but you know, a little bit devil advocate here, I guess. You see what we've done to spring sports over and over and over again. They're always the ones that take the short end. It was, COVID, we don't play, we play football instead. It was, here, we're gonna take another week off. Here, you know, and I got a feel for them because we're putting schedules together this year, trying to adjust for everybody's spring break. And they used to kind of be the same, now they're all over the place. You know, just so many things happen in spring already, and then when you shorten it by another week, it makes it pretty tough on back with the kids. It's just,
Yeah, yes, Lord.
AP testing for next year is May 6th to 10th and May 13th to the 17th.
Right, just because those are the 2 full weeks in May, the first 2 full weeks, so. Yeah, that's right on top of, which we do, right, that's where. Hold on, I'm sorry. So Lori, the second week of AP testing would be actually be after we were potentially done that with candidates. Oh, that's,
The first week would be our state.
it's not a state conference week, okay. That's good, that's good. That's interesting. Well. What we could have then is the direction from the board for our staff to bring back an updated master activities calendar with the spring sports season ending on the 11th, backing up the dates that you see on page 211 a week earlier, how that, not the winter season, not the winter season. And one other option we could do, which I not know that he's in favor of, is to, if we wanted to give spring sports an actual 10th week, is we would overlap it with the end of the winter season sports another week. We can do that. I'm not sure what that would affect with, but I'm not sure what that would affect with anybody coming out of winter sport or tryouts for a team bracket sport in the spring season. It's like that, it's baseball, softball, boys volleyball, you know, track and fields, indicting boys golf. The individual based sports, I don't think coaches are gonna worry about tryouts per se in those sports. It's kind of a keep them all as much as possible, even though golf, I may only play so many, but baseball, softball, boys volleyball, if one of those spring sport coaches said, hey, we're having tryouts this week, one of our students said, well, I'm still in region basketball.
Didn't we do that during COVID? During one of the short seasons,
No, we shortened the season, but they didn't overlap. No, I think there was some 6-week block homes, that's what they did, it just one after the other. I don't think we interfered, we didn't overlap tryouts with a region championship. We already overlapped a little bit at the start of the season with the state championship, but not with a region championship. That's where, again, state championship week, we've narrowed it down to who, you know, some limited participants, but region championship week, we still had a lot of teams, a lot of students that participated. So I don't know that we go with that. It still might be, we just short the spring season by a week, so.
I'm just, I haven't had a school moment, the overlap between football players on the basketball team where if they're in the playoffs, they're missing the first 2 weeks of the basketball season. We still have that?
We have 1 week overlap.
That's good.
I don't think, if you talk to the spring coaches, they would tell you that we would rather have an overlapping process and be able to at least meet and everything instead of not having. Right. And so if you understand, if you look at it, only a small percentage of statewide participants will be missing that week at those schools based on the fact that 80% of our schools won't be in state and playoffs. So the reality here is that any of those fall, winter coaches, spring coaches would love, hey, let me practice here, that'll work. I can get those kids that I need out, and I can at least meet with them and get going. And I would probably say, and being a coach and being in high school for 25 years, the percentage of those kids that play a winter sport that go out for a cut sport in the spring make the team. They're usually that good of athletes where they're going to make the team. So you're talking a very, very small number of kids that are going to lose their opportunity to make a team based on that.
You know, another conversation that we can have with our district, Kevin and I, would be to utilize spring break. Right now, spring break is typically tournament time. We could play, we would have to get transportation on board because there are no buses running during that time. But I think maybe that's a conversation we need to have with the superintendent, is that if we do push it back, we could utilize that week as league play. Because that's a possibility.
For the 1 year old.
Yeah, for what you're, like I said, that's a big conversation with transportation that has to come, you know, we'll have to go. I think that's a solution. Coaches want to play more games anyway, right, Bob, with this? Baseball coaches, there we go.
I'll wrap up your else with the staff and just so you can conceptualize this. If we look at going the start of spring season also 1 week earlier, the first permissive day for spring sports practice would be February 10th.
What are sports doing at that time?
They are in region week.
Region playoffs, first
Yeah.
round or second round?
Just the region week of playoffs.
Okay, then, so
Yeah.
you've got 50% of your kids are.
Yeah, and then the first possible date for spring sports contest would go to February 22nd. So again, I know that next year, the entire state is gonna be under a major heat wave. We won't have any issue with weather in our fields to play games outdoors in different states, northeast, central, whatever, on February 22nd. So I just want everybody to hear that, what that sounds like. Not opposed to this at all. What we all want to do, again, I want to wear a hat that's gonna fit the state association, very best of our ability in our council. So, so is that what, am I getting that direction from staff then to say, bring this master calendar back in June with these dates, and then we can approve it, because we do have time to do that. Is that what I'm getting at?
And we're comfortable with saying that the following winter are pretty well set. Schedulers can continue that.
Yeah.
Ellen Townsend, officials liaison. I was just looking at basketball, and I was thinking more of a 1A, 2A, 3A, how it would impact your school softball or baseball teams if they're competing in the state tournament, and then they can't even basically, you know, if you move that, field a team, you know, they still have to meet requirements, correct? Like so many days practice.
That's a great question. That's actually, it's not a problem. Yeah, Donnie Nelson staff, no, thank you. That's a great question to ask. It's under our new regulation. A team needing 10 days offered to practice, a student athlete only needing 5 days to play. Granted, baseball pitching is different, okay? But those, the way the regulation is written, those actual participation days in a current sport still can count and exhaust those 5 days. So thankfully, that is actually not an issue other than baseball pitchers.
All I heard was Rollins saying that they've already picked their team before tryouts.
I mean, Sean Simons I appreciate her sentiments, a lot like Rollins. It's probably, you know, minimal, it's the same group of kids, especially in the 1A, 2A school, it's gonna be the same group of kids, it's the same group that's gonna be caught up on their homework. This last fall was a little bit of a, you know, we appreciated playing in Allegiant, Lincoln football is in the championship game, which was on November 22nd or something, a little later than what we were used to, but we made it work, with 5 practices and being athletic administrator of our schools and whatnot, we don't really schedule basketball games or even spring games that, you know, right off the bat because of those reasons. We just adjust over the years.
Like strong 1A, yeah, the kids are used, you know, and these schools are used to just going from sport. They'd much rather have the extra weekend opportunity to be able to than to lose the week, I believe. Than to lose it. I think it's a good deal to be able to do that and just say, let's take a week from you, because who is actually playing in the postseason? Some kids, some teams might be able to, you know, to be able to go forward if the weather's halfway decent, you know, we have an opportunity. So, but they're the same kids in these small schools that plan as we move forward. But I like that idea, the best moving forward as opposed to losing a week.
I just have one comment for staff that when you do bring this back, that, and I'm just saying for, I think Rollins too, and the liaisons that do travel, that we need to lock in specific dates, and I know, look at your crystal ball, but we need specific dates as when these tournaments are, because it was frustrating when I found out, because the initial, let me talk about swimming. On the master schedule, swimming was a Saturday event. I do my travel in July for the entire year, communicate with the travel, our travel company, hotels and this and that. And then I find out a couple of weeks ago that now swimming diving is a 2-day event. It was never on the calendar. So I really need staff to be specific with the dates, because right now you have like state baseball, 13 through the 18 track, 13, 18. We really need specific dates. That has a huge impact on those of us that do travel. Because I can't just find 80 rooms in a week and 5 charter buses. Yes.
No, I'll leave off, right? No, understood.
So I really, I mean, used to be that way. It used to be really specific and I think we've gone away from that a little bit.
We just want, sometimes we're just not sure the way things are going, so it's right now. Let me say that, we're working on it. Right, anything else on there? So this is up for action, but because we have time, I believe, to adopt this in June, I'll just bring it back so you can see it the way it's supposed to look. That's okay. All right, come on.
Okay, so 32, we're bringing it. Okay, now we're gonna go to item number 33, master calendar, the 24-25 school year.
And Don Nelson, the staff, okay, so this is the formatted calendar, just as our working document on page 219. And again, I've highlighted the changes that we went through option A and option B the last 2 meetings. So we're now to option B, which was recommended. This is here again, one note for May of 2025. I don't believe the CCSD calendar is posted for 24-25, but seeing where this is, Pam and I both believe ending on the 17th is okay. We think that the CCSD calendar rotates to be all that the week after, if I'm correct. Kevin, maybe you know more than I do.
I don't know that far.
I'm on the not the agenda. It's preliminarily, because I'm in meetings of the calendar. But I do believe it does not conflict. There's no conflict.
So then let's make this up for action. Let's approve this as is. We need to amend and something crazy happens, right? So let's look for a motion for 24-25 activities calendar page 219.
Wade Polson, Racing Dream, move to approve the master activities calendar 24-25.
Okay, so we have a second.
Anna Riddle on second.
Okay. I do want to, just putting my eyes on this as well.
Yeah.
Like, again, I have a concern that on May 24th, track is up north listed as 13 through the 18th.
I'm sure where's.
On page 215.
Oh, go back to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that was a working document. Yeah.
Let's go back. So, yeah.
No, this is probably this one, what you're looking for, swimming, diving. I'm gonna tell you right now, though, that is 16 and 17.
I mean, yeah, if that's 6.
We've got enough of diving.
Sorry.
Just in case.
We're gonna go with
But you're in the south anyway, so that's.
No, we're gotcha.
Okay, 16, 17.
Okay, those little things have a huge impact. Okay. All right. I apologize. We have a second. Any other discussion? Questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
I need your vote.
Mr. Hyde?
You don't
Aye.
have to.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you. All right, any opposed? All right, the ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
You might, we need Matt Hyde to stay in our meeting, correct?
Yeah, we can go right now with 2 members out of the room.
Okay. Oh, it's congratulations. Yeah, I can. Okay. Thank you.
If it's an
All right, Matt, we appreciate you hanging in there.
Okay, yeah, that was the last action item, so you don't.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Matt. All right.
Okay, moving on to number 54 on page 220, Title IX for discussion, Mr. Nelson.
Now we're gonna have some fun. Not sure how early we're gonna get at it. Again, just to reiterate with regards to some other agenda items, the NIAA receives no direct state or federal funding. We start talking about Title IX. Again, this is the NIAA Association. The reason this is on here is about facilities. This isn't about sport opportunities. This is a discussion item that's free and open. The origination of this agenda item is that we held state tackle football in Allegiant Stadium. We held state flag football at the Raiders headquarters. The original intent for flag football was to be indoors in the Raiders headquarters, being an enclosed facility, beautiful turf field, a great setting, plenty of seat availability. The activities that happened in that facility, maybe 2 weeks to a week before, our event was to be in there because of some NFL action, damaged the field. We had a late shift to go out of the indoor facility to go to the outdoor fields at the Raiders headquarters. Again, from our staff perspective, again, free speaking here, having a facility that was different than a high school, something more unique, still seemed to be a better fit for us. Not better fit, a better visibility thing for us to go still be at the Raiders headquarters. Whereas as calls came into our office, there was disagreement and about that going, being in the outdoor fields, lack of this, that, or the other. It's not the same as potentially having been at a school site. Maybe that would actually been better. And that included ideas of parking, portable restrooms that were available, other amenities for teams that were participating, maybe at a school venue that could have happened. And then the discussion about Title IX kind of went a little bit further between myself and some other people. And we got into other sports. You know, what about, you know, boys and girls basketball are held together. They're in an arena together, they match up together. Baseball was held in a, when possible, a AAA stadium where we have held softball previously at school facilities because we couldn't get into UNLV or UNR equally in those kind of regards. You know, also what about other sports that, like volleyball, that are typically held in high school venues? Because we haven't had the availability to get into the collegiate venues. Certainly back through all that kind of stuff, certainly our intent is always to play each sport in the very best facility possible. We're continuing to talk with the University of Nevada, Reno people. They have a new staff that's there. And I truly believe, I want to say it on the record because they have been absolutely fantastic in the last 3 meetings we've done personally. To have state football, you know, in the Legion, to have state football and possibly Mackey Stadium if when needed. We know that's offered now. Potentially to have soccer there, to have volleyball in the Virginia Street, or the old gym as I call it on campus, to have baseball and softball, which we are doing this spring for 2 classifications in Holyfield and Hickson Field respectively. So there's an equal there between baseball and softball, to the best of our abilities. But again, this circles back to the difference between tackle and flag. And I have had a couple of people tell me, even at the principal level with the CCSD, that if you cannot have flag football in Allegiant Stadium, you can't have tackle football in Allegiant Stadium. It's not the same. That's a really big comment to me. And again, I'm trying to echo, be fair, I won't mention who these principals are who communicate that to me. I don't know if that's right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't know if flag football and tackle football should be looked at differently in terms of the facility. I'm never, ever trying to minimize the ability to try and have flag football in the absolute best facility possible. But Allegiant Stadium is not owned by the Raiders. They pay $800,000 for us to have tackle football there for 1 day. That's what their cost is to carry everything on behalf of them. Right, wrong, or different, I don't want to speak on behalf of the Raiders. The potential to have flag football in there and another $800,000 bill is very. You know, there are parking fees that they recoup a little bit of that through the stadium cooperation between the Raiders. There are, you know, additional ticket fees that we put on there to be able to play in there. So some of those things that help the Raiders, we are talking about making a contribution to the Raiders Foundation to be able to help give them something, which we have not done yet because they've taken care of everything for us. You know, anyway, I want to be real careful what I say because in my passion, flag football is just as high as tackle football. And if we really have an issue between flag football and tackle football, we can talk about that today and what we might do or not do tackle football going forward. If we have an issue between football, tackle and flag compared to other sports and not being in the university facilities, we don't have to be able to talk about that. So I think we can go as far as having state championship contests in high school facilities on. We want to take care of everything, not have any issue in any way, shape, or form, or any sport. We just play everything in high schools, everything, and that takes care of any discussions. Obviously, we don't want to do that. We have facilities that accommodate a particular sport, and we have the availability or the offer. Hey, Donnie, bring high school sports into our great venue. I don't know how we turn that down. That's why we took advantage of tackle football when we didn't have it on. So that's how it originated. I did, Mr. Okay, go ahead. Paul, person that I engaged.
Okay, so I just wanted to address, Paul Anderson, legal counsel. I want to address a couple of things. First of all, the issue that arose this year here in Southern Nevada with flag football. I don't think in any shape or form, if somebody were to file a complaint that that was a Title IX violation by virtue of the fact that the Raiders practice facility was damaged and unable to be used, they would not prevail on that. And the reason they wouldn't is because you provided the documents, you provided a facility that required advanced planning. Just prior to the event, it was damaged and not usable according to the Raiders who own the facility. And he did the best he could in terms of providing the facility. Now, with the discussion going beyond that, the girls flag football, the equivalent to boys tackle football and played at Legion, it's like that. Baseball and softball, either. And my thought would be on this entire issue, if you want me to do a research memo and bring this back to you, I'd be more comfortable doing that. And then having a discussion as opposed to esoteric people saying whether they think this is a Title IX violation or not. In my opinion, without doing the research, but knowing quite a bit about Title IX, and I defer to Xavier, who's in charge of that area down here. I don't think that flag football and tackle football are the same sport, the same as baseball and softball are not the same sport. Title IX requires quality with respect to opportunity in terms of numbers that participate, facilities that are provided, but it's with respect to the same sport. And where you've seen Title IX violations upheld, for instance, at the high school association level, there was a major case several years ago out of Michigan when the Michigan Association played girls basketball in the fall. And there was a complaint that they shouldn't be playing in the fall, they should play in the winter because that's the natural season for basketball. And that was upheld because you had boys basketball being held in the winter during the real basketball, the regular basketball season, but girls were being treated differently. That's a Title IX violation. I don't think this is, but again, I'd be happy to research the issue, bring it back so that a discussion can be held on this, if that's the desire of the board. But doing so with some real authority having been reviewed before we just have esoteric conversation.
I'm gonna refer to the guru of Clark Schools, my Title IX guy here, I would like to.
And I want to make a disclaimer thing.
Sure.
Again, I did also ask Mr. Andrew to come here and discuss this today, knowing again that the NIAA does not have a Title IX compliance officer that's associated with our staff. We have legal counsel, we have an executive director, we have staff. So Xavier, I know you're not speaking on behalf of the NIAA, just make everybody clear that you're speaking on behalf of Clark County Schools.
Correct. Xavier Anthony, the executive director, we're going to speak on a little Title IX today. Number one, as Donnie stated, Title IX does not impact the NIAA. They are not federally funded. Now, the Clark County School District, the Washington School District, do have to keep Title IX in mind when doing anything that relates to essentially boys and girls. What we do have a concern is gender equity. The gender equity being that, hey, we have football, we played at Allegiant Stadium, and we had an attempt to play at the Raiders headquarters. I love hearing that our Clark County principals and other authority members from Clark County like to bring up Title IX, but sometimes don't know how to place it specifically. I believe this kind of Paul stated, there were some concerns that arose to the event being held specifically for flag football at Raiders Stadium. I'll give you a couple items that were brought up to my attention. I'm sure that were brought up to Donnie several times. You touched on one, parking. You couldn't park at the practice field. You had to shuttle. You had to be parked essentially at a high school and then be shuttled over. Not ideal. Seating wasn't ideal. Lighting of the field that needed to be switched over wasn't ideal. I know that we say that they were nice porta potties, But a porta potty is a porta potty, let's be real. My wife would not tell me, oh, that's such a nice porta potty. So those are a couple ideas. On top of that, some of the concerns that came up were, we got to limit the number of cheerleaders that come to the site. Now we have to limit the band. So this great experience, going to a state championship game, and you have all these, I'll call hindrances, make it so it's irritating upon the principals that are probably hearing it from their community members that, hey, we want to bring the whole family, but we can't shuttle. Hey, how come my daughter can't cheer? How come my son can't play? Those are the irritants that cause then that concern. And that's where it becomes a gender equity issue, because when we go to Allegiant Stadium, hey, bring your bands, bring your cheerleaders. Hey, plenty of seating, lighting's fantastic. There are no porta potties. So that's where that gender equity piece comes into play. So I did a little bit of research because Donnie asked me to talk, and just to share a couple items that I found. Georgia, the state of Georgia, they recently played both flag football, because they have flag football in Georgia, flag football and football at Georgia Southern University. This coming year, they're going to play with the Falcons play at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And that's both all levels of football and flag football. Florida, who, as we know, flag football is originated from essentially. Recently, they played the higher divisions of football at PNK Stadium, the lower divisions, smaller venue at Gene Cox Stadium, and they're playing the flag football games at the high school. Now, right, wrong, or different, that's what Florida is doing. But I will tell you, specific to Georgia and Florida, what they do is they go through an RFP process. So basically, they're submitting out documents to different facilities and saying, hey, what's the cost analysis? How much, will you help us out? And I know with the Legion Stadium, the Raiders have said, hey, come on in for football. And obviously with the NFL schedule, which I don't think the NFL schedule is actually released until May, who knows if there might be a flag football game and a Raiders game at the same time. So there's definitely some juggling that needs to be done. The other thing I will tell you in New York, that they do RFPs, but they do RFPs for almost up to 3 years. So for example, you could play the Legion Stadium 3 years for football, and then maybe another venue somewhere else years following. Maybe, and I'm just throwing it out, this is now Xavier speaking, maybe that's something I know that we're old school and saying, hey, we're going to flip north and south every year. But maybe it's an opportunity to, now that this has come up, to take a look at what's the best venue. You kind of talked about it, Donnie. What's the best venue we can get our kids to play at? And maybe we need to look at those years of process and not just look at a north-south rotation. I think, Wade, you brought it up earlier. Las Vegas is expanding. Not only do we have Allegiant Stadium, we have T-Mobile, Dollar Loan Center, Orleans, Tom Smith, Coxville Pavilion, CSN, MGM, Mandalay Bay. The Aviators are now in town. You have the Aces up north. I don't want to hurt any of my friends from this north, but I will also present that Lawler's available, maybe Matthews available. The Star of the Desert, we had wrestling out in Brim not long ago. I know out in Mesquite, we've got the Mesquite Sports Complex. I don't want to let you know that we also have the Winnemucca Event Center. But we have plenty of venues that have grown. Maybe now we take the opportunity to look at all of our venues, which are the most ideal venues for all. But when we do this, that we also keep the girls and the boys when it comes to those sports, that we're looking at how do we make their experience that much more memorable. I will tell you that in Arizona, football specific, they played ASU, the high school 4 divisions. The lower 3 divisions, they played on high school. So I'm sure those lower divisions probably weren't thrilled about it, but that's how Arizona's set up. And I'm not saying Arizona's right when we're different. I'm not saying New York's better than us, Georgia, Florida. But I think that's some things that we need to take into consideration. Number one, lengthen maybe the contracts, try to get those contracts set up. Look at locations that can be thought of as not restrictive. And I don't want to do any disservice to the Raiders, because I know the Raiders have been great partners. But when you start now restricting, hey, the band, the cheer, the other situations, Raiders, hey, we appreciate you, but that's just not going to be the best fit for us. And I think we need to expand the box a little bit. So I know, I think Don, you brought up like the AAA affiliates, right? So we've got the Aviators and the Aces that are in the state of Nevada, and there are no pro softball teams. But we maybe could play a CSN or expand that box to the college. I think when we look at volleyball could have a concern like, hey, how can we let basketball, right, play at Lawler or play at Orleans or where have you? But volleyball has to play on at a high school site, which not saying that high school sites are bad, but it'd be nice to kind of maybe get them that little bit more state championship atmosphere playing it in another, instead of just playing in another game. So the usual Tuesday going to Shadow Ridge. Just a statement. So I apologize for my lengthy statements, but I felt like it was something that needed to be brought up.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes,
I know, but I'm gonna be gone. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer like this. If that Raiders facility was offered again, the inside, and I've been inside a couple of times off my only concern would be that's like the week after the Super Bowl. Is the NFL gonna be using that? Could there be possible damage to it again? Since they might be doing something in there during the Super Bowl, and that's a.
Kevin in the chunk.
Kevin from Region 4. So just two things, and I thank you, I was gonna bring up some of those specifics, I know I was. Unfortunately, it's, I want to hear from the principal, it is what it is, but yeah, I think, you know, what I kept trying to push is the intent of what the NIA was trying to create at the headquarters, and just, you know, and then you can't anticipate the damage that was done in the last second. I think if something like that was to occur, and bringing those teams that are involved or maybe involved in the process, moved on, because I think you would have found they would rather play at school than the shuttles, the temporary seating, the temporary, I think, so including that might have been a good way to resolve this without the animosity that became. And then I just had a question is, did you state that baseball, softball are not seen as equivalent in Title IX, and that football and flag football are not seen as equivalent? I just want to make sure I'm clear on, they're not the same games. They're not the same games, so they don't necessarily have to be equal.
Again, Kevin, Xavier, data. It's a gender equity. Again, we gotta stop using that word, Tyler. We were talking about NIAA. Right, it's gender equity, and I'm not trying to, you understand that. And to, like I said, the Aviators and the Aces, they have premier AAA facilities. If we had a pro softball facility, hey, let's try to get into it. But we just don't have that. It's not. So, but can we get some colleges? Can we get into CSN? Can we get to UNLV? Can we get to UNR softball facility? And absolutely. I think the intent again is, hey, let's make it a memorable experience. Let's make it special for any sport. But let's make it equal. And to the point of baseball, softball, they're played at the same time. Yes, the games are different, but hey, let's try to get them nice venues equally as best we can.
And I agree with that statement, but I understand from a pure legal standpoint, they're not the same things. But I do agree, you find the best stadium, best facility you can, which is I think what the NIA did here, and then but more some unforeseen circumstances that had to be revised.
Sean Simon, 2A liaison for the board, and NIC staff to just ponder this. Yesterday, the Las Vegas Vipers came here and reached out. They play their home games at Cashman Field. They do put a football field there. Their home opener this year wasn't until February, week 2, was February 25th. They're on the road week 1, which is February 18th. But they already have a facility set up because of their training camps and whatnot. The guy was here yesterday wanting to reach out. That is just a suggestion for girls flag football championship, plenty of seating for everybody, facilities, whatever. So
Already on it there.
you left off the Vipers on your list, but
Would the Dollar Loan Center be able to host a flag football game in there?
But that's where the RFPs come in, right?
Yeah, I know we're getting the weeds here.
Second part, the NFL has not named the Pro Bowl city 2024, but many insiders, if you believe the internet, claim that the Pro Bowl will be coming back to Las Vegas next season because the Super Bowl's here and they do that the week before. So to Mr. Northridge's comment, they'll probably be using that facility again next year. So we're in the same.
You know, we talk all the time about optics. And X and I sat down with Miles Raiders. We've had some great conversations about postseason, and he gets it. He gets it. He goes, I want to get the girls in the Legion. It's also our understanding, and I think I can say this, that the Raiders all the Legion. Isn't that what?
Yeah, last week, the sports authority that owns it.
Yeah, but I know they have.
They've got a good insight.
They got great insight. But yeah, and I know that Miles is working hard and to make that happen. He's doing what he can, but again, it's the optics. I mean, I think boys and girls volleyball suffers because they play in the gym. Our crowds are getting bigger and bigger. Our semis in basketball are getting bigger and bigger. I think Cots Pavilion would be amazing to have if we can get in there for maybe boys and girls volleyball, state volleyball. It's the venue, that would be.
Yeah, real quick, we have played at UNLV when it's available, softball there. We have, last year, we played at CSN.
Right.
And that was good. It's whether they're available and those, they're out there. And we try to get those places.
Yeah, and I also said one honest comment too, is you gotta remember. RFPs we're not getting people who are begging and pleading us, we're begging and pleading other people right now. There's a cost factor, right? Every time you go to an outside venue, it's not a high school, our budget takes a gigantic hit, unless Raiders are saying, hey, for free, we're gonna give it to you.
No, not
So
it.
it's just not that easy to go say, we want to play volleyball at a university facility, again, we're working with them to get some great relationships developed right now, or other sports besides basketball. But it's not just not.
Problems?
I'd like, while I'm starting board, I'd like to get the data. We've had 2 years of girls state championship. How many years of girls state championship?
Like,
About 4 years. Could we get the data on crowd sizes? Number of bands that have shown up to those games?
They don't have.
The cheerleaders that have shown up, so get the actual. What have those numbers looked like over the last 10 years? So we're talking about equity and equality and that kind of stuff, which is fine and dandy. And I think that all this could be easily solved if the Raiders said, oh yeah, they can just come here and play. If that has been said and stated already, I think we'd be having this conversation.
No, we don't.
But the Raiders haven't said that. But when we start talking about equity and equality and all of those things here, and I know that aspect is not a quotient or a process in determining that. But the reality here is that you brought up in your presentation that, the bands wouldn't be able to go, the cheerleaders would be. So you're saying that the bands and cheerleaders would go if they were playing at Allegiant Stadium? And I'm saying, hell yes, go. But our data shows right now that they're not going. The bands are, and maybe your data is going to show, I don't know, I think we need to see that data, that this is what girls' state championship flag football has looked like over the last 10 years. We average 5,000 fans, our cheerleaders go and the bands go. Okay, or we average just the parents of the kids and about 150 people show up. They don't open the concession stand and there's 25 cars in the parking lot. So that's where we go.
I just think for state playoffs, we need to play at the best venue possible. And I'm just telling our crowd are getting bigger and bigger, especially again in the semis. It's packed, fire code violation. I've been at those semi football games at Liberty where it's just packed and filled. And I know it's tough, but and I know we have staff down south, need to hit the road, hit the pavement hard and just keep knocking and knocking and knocking. So, and I know it's not an easy task, but come on, there has to be some community individuals out there that will help our kids.
Ray Parks 3A, this is for Xavier, in your opinion. They don't want, I don't know how to say this right. You wouldn't do the detriment of tackle football having the opportunity to play because flag football can't. So I mean, Title IX is not set up to where you disparage one group because you can't match the other, or either.
So that's where we start talking about Title IX. So if we were at a high school, let's say, I'll pick on Kevin, let's say we're at Art Review. So we're gonna take a look at Kevin's baseball field, we're gonna take a look at his softball field. Title IX is concerned, wants to make sure those are equal and balanced. They're two different games, but we want to make sure that essentially those are balanced. When it comes to the NIAA, when it comes to any other state association, typically it's what venues can they attain and what kind of, experience can we get from it? Like I said, I think in this situation, what was the concern is having those, let's say, barriers that were kind of put in front that didn't allow it to be maybe as memorable as some principals would have hoped.
So it would never be like we can't play at Allegiant now because we can't find a place for. Perfect. All right, thank you.
And I think you can see that, like I said, in Florida this year, playing at a couple of college sites, flag football, they're playing at a high school site. And that's just because of how the RFP probably came back.
Sure.
Like I said, in Arizona with their football teams, the top divisions are playing at ASU, the lower divisions are playing at high school. Again, maybe not ideal, maybe the dates didn't work out, but that's how it felt. So there's no Title IX concerns here in Nevada or any of those states for that matter, because we're not catching any type of federal funding. OCR, I won't say that they don't care. I'm sure that they care, but they don't have oversight over the association. I think going back to a term that Kevin used earlier was optics.
Sure.
And the optics are, and it's always going to be, gets highlighted because of playing in the weekends. And now like football, again, no respect to Raiders, they want to make something nice. But when you assess it and you see that, hey, we've got some of these barriers, maybe it's just not that ideal situation. Kind of like think about it, maybe Dollar Loan Center is the place to go. I know we've got the Las Vegas Desert Dogs. I don't know if you knew that, Sean.
I did know that.
But hey, maybe building a relationship with them to maybe use that facility, because I know that they want to get their name out. I know we don't have lacrosse in our state association, but maybe that is down the road, and maybe that's what they would want to have us come in to then expand their lots.
Right on.
This wasn't action.
No, this is just.
Discussion.
Discussion.
Great
Just-
discussion. Educational
Yeah,
discussion.
Alex, hang on.
That's really reason one. So I'm hearing the consensus is that we have no interest in having one group lose out because we can't take advantage of another, regardless of gender, et cetera. But that's what I'm hearing. So if we have an opportunity to receive something free or a gift, regardless of what sport it is or whatever situation is, regardless of gender involved, we do have the ability to take advantage of that to get the best experience for whoever is available for that experience, with the considerations that we want to do something similar for other groups and other, whether it's other teams or sports, etc. But we should not turn away a gift that will be very beneficial for those kids that are involved. That's what we get.
But we also talk, let me go back to the money thing. We've talked about increase, I know facilities aren't cheap. But if we're looking to increase the courtesy card, increase the school fees, increase this, increase tickets, increase all of this, let's start throwing out some venues so our kids will have an opportunity to play in some nice facilities. We've done that, but I think there's a lot of places, and I can only speak for the South, and maybe we need to go revisit, knock on the door. I'm not saying that's not being done, but it's tough when we don't know. Sometimes we don't know when we're playing a month out. And golf is off the table because of the snow up north. But it's happened a number of times where we don't know where state's gonna be held
And here we are, a month before state. Xavier.
Just to expand on the statement, I made, something, if we do get that free donation, absolutely, but let's be sure that if it's a like-for-like sport, for example, like basketball, that we're not having, you know, the boys basketball team playing in the premier venue, and then we've got girls basketball playing at a high school site. You know what I mean? So let's just definitely keep that in mind. And like I said, I think something that's definitely look into is seeing about going to certain locations and maybe having, not that every other year switch, but maybe we've got that premier venue. Let's see how long we can keep that premier venue and expand that, because then that would help the districts kind of modify their budget for travel and things as such.
Yes.
Mike Strong, 1A, I appreciate the discussion for sure. It's quite a learning experience when you start to hear truly the federal part of it and the state funding part of what Title IX truly stands with it all. Because it's what gets thrown out there all the time, obviously. I think when we come to venues, and especially at our levels, we're looking at high schools anyway. And what we're finding in the state is, like I said in my report earlier, less and less people want to work the weekend. And so we're coming down and we're Clark County or we're to Washoe, and we're hoping that somebody will open those doors and post those events for us. Right? Because where else do you go outside of that when you start looking up at the true frontier? Right? It's it is not a lot of places. So we're trying to hold what we can in our own little worlds the best we can. But when you get to state events, it changes. And I would say for nearly all the years I've been around, the NIAA has treated us really, really well. It hasn't always been perfect. And we've been put in some poor sites, just maybe like some other people. But sitting here and knowing what is trying to be done, I think helps a lot. The problem is people don't know it. They just show up at the event and go, this is what we're stuck at the end of the day. But I know, people try, and I think the gender equity issue is the biggest. Probably my biggest frustration has probably been our softball team and where they may have landed here and there with those issues. But it still comes down to who will host at the end of the day and who will put on these events for us. And I think the intent of this board has always been, it didn't matter the gender, we want the best experience for our kids at the end of the day. And what I hear here, it was an attempt to create the best experience for the day. They didn't quite land that way. The attempt was there, they're trying, and then here it goes bad on you, unfortunately. And then you get the threats, well, then nobody gets it. We'd have made that threat as an Amen football team 2 years ago. We didn't play in the region. We got the next best thing we had going. They did an amazing job for us, so I think keeping that in mind is you guys have done a great job. I trust that will always continue. We're trying to do what is best for these kids and give them the best experience when they get to those venues. And it doesn't mean that we're continuing knocking on the door, because we have more opportunities now than we ever had to put our kids up and playing certain places. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Good conversation, so we're gonna play at the best of best places. All right, we're gonna close this out. We're gonna, next item is 36, the agenda planning item for future meetings on page 222. Mr.
Let's see what we've got here. Go back to the agenda as well here. We got a presentation at Tahoe Event Center. I am meeting with their general manager on April 24th, I believe, to talk about this new venue up at Summit Store, Nevada side, and to see what may be available in that arena from a different events. That's supposed to be completed. I think I'm gonna get a full tour of that in a couple of minutes. New membership applications, we're gonna bring that back to you, so you know what's headed our way. Events and management guide, that's gonna be updated. I already said that first, of course, it should be. So, do you want me to bring the events management guide back here? I don't know that I need to, but if you want to do it, what do you think? Now, I'm leaving to you.
No, I thought that was done.
Yeah, let's leave that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll got that on the. All right, we'll have a workshop and hearing on proposals, and that could include. There's one out there, team per level for sport. That's something we've created in our office to make sure that those schools who say, we want to have 2 varsity teams or 2 JV teams in Varsity softball, so you can't actually do that because it doesn't say that right now. We're gonna bring that for a workshop item, and then we're gonna talk about our sportsmanship stuff, 385B 100 through 830. I know that's gonna come back for a workshop item. All right, let's see, I've got a bunch of notes in here, let's find out what else is coming back here. Some your agenda real quick, I'll make sure it's supposed to return. So there's more script. New officials association, that's tabled. We'll see what happens after the commissioners meeting in early June, so possibly. Officials association.
NIAA staff positions.
Staff position, yeah, thank you. Let's see, officials are done there.
It'll be the number 23.
Yeah, 23.
The NAC revision. Hopefully if it's returned.
Yes, yeah, that's 385 people. 20. Yeah, we got the 23, 24 calendar related to, as we said, we're gonna shorten the spring season. Spread. Okay. And then 24, 25 is now approved. More discussion coming back on the shot clock. Trying to talk about some conceptual ideas of that. I'm gonna be very honest with you, I'm guessing the shot clock's probably gonna return a few times, just. No, right, wrong, or different, I think it has to. Like, it's nothing, nothing, border control composition. That has to come back. Yeah, I got 24 master calendar, 24, 25, put it there. Then we're gonna have our spring sports, alignments and tournament format. Make sure I'm not missing anything else, I think. I think that's it. Anything else that anybody wants to be addressed in our summer meeting? Obviously, we'll find other things besides this as we go through, but these are things that are returning that we know.
There was just at the very beginning yesterday, there was a public comment regarding marching band and color guards. Is that something that has been brought forward before that public comment? I know it's my band director, you know, he and the football guy, the ones that are the liaison, and there is no interest in band directors. I didn't know that was.
Diane from staff, no, that was a public comment, but let's otherwise we recognize it. Good question.
Yes, Ellen.
I don't know if it needs to be an item, just a comment. We were talking about arbiter and with all the transition to new athletic directors and administrators wanting to be trained or educated on arbiter. I didn't mention in my report, but it was in my report that I'd be more than willing to assist in Zoom for those new ADs. Training on arbiter, how to access things, their schedules, you know, anything to help them become knowledgeable in arbiter, which would help them and help the scheduling process. But I don't know if that needs to be an item or just an offer out there.
Just not right.
Yeah, it's an offer, it's good.
Let you reach out. I don't think it's going to get that.
Okay, because a lot of what happens, again, Ellen Townsend's sports official liaison is we don't know who those new athletic directors are. So to try to reach out to them, but if there is specific contact people that I could go to that could spread that out to whenever the new hires are made or the existing hires, I don't know if you go to the league liaisons or, you know, like Mr. Levesque or 1A, 2A, you know.
Yeah, that's why I think we go through liaisons.
Yeah, if I keep a master sheet of everybody,
Okay.
if you ever need that.
So I could put that out and then
Sure.
you can disseminate that. Like, okay.
All right, anybody else just right now, here now for plan 9, not to get into.
Oh, sorry. One of the other public comments was, page 8 was about using, weighted or unweighted GPA in determining, kids for this all-day academic team. Is that something as a board that we vote on, or is that a different committee that determines if we use a weighted or unweighted GPA?
We've never done it since staff, we've never brought that to the board, we inherently, that means staff and board combined, we've never had action on that, we've used unweighted GPAs for state academic team recognition. I mean, I'm open to a suggestion if we want to amend that, it's usually just been a gift, and yeah, Laura, go ahead, just.
The history on that and why the unweighted GPA is used is a lot of our smaller schools don't offer on the same scale, the HU class and honors classes, so they can even across the board, the unweighted GPA. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, main part second answer that too is the principal, so every district uses something different, so it would never be able to be on a fair playing field if you went to a ways.
Good question.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more question. Since Kevin brought up the other public comment, that you read to you that's not in the packet. Was it that they wanted the color guard under the category of spirit? So that would be managed as a station.
Yeah, I can address that, Donna's been staff, so in our NACs, we have a specific carve out for spirits. And it talks about even as far as tryout periods of the year, so I think, from my understanding, the public comments would have been put. Staying a color guard in the same regulation with spirit, I have no idea if we want to go that way or not, again, that was a public comment. Until we have somebody, I think, propose that as a regulation change to this board, but again, we have a process to do that. I don't know that we need to do that, unless get somebody, one of our board members wants to do it, a school principal wants to do that. Somebody else in the membership capacity that has the authority to bring that forward as a proposal, that's, yeah, I'm not like it.
Thank you for clarifying.
Ron.
Yeah. On, I know Washington County is affiliated with our ROTC program. And so it's already has the umbrella in which they have their rules, regulations and protocols set up and established. And I don't think ROTC wants to give that up. So I think it's a really interesting deal. Their borders there.
Yes.
Totally different subject. Mr. Strong and I, sorry, Sermon Signs 2A, the Electric Daisy Carnival. May 19th. Yeah. Through Sunday, May 21st. Okay, 1A, 3A. Track is that weekend for everybody at Liberty High School. We're just talking hotel rooms and costs that are gonna be.
To this,
Yeah, and so 1A, 3A are south for baseball, softball, 2A, 5A are north. So I don't expect the board to, or the NIA staff to, I mean, we're sending out, I've had some 2A people up north already texting me about it. We've been building the schedule for next year, Super Bowl weekend. We don't want to be staying down here on February 11th either, because that's the Super Bowl. Rooms are gonna be, this is just, when you live out in the frontier, you gotta think about this. So, just so everyone knows, EDC is 19th of May through the 21st of May, and it's probably gonna be on that same weekend every year when we're talking about finals and. Mike told me to say it, so blame him. We're talking about it, Jim. No, we're just talking future agenda items, how we can adjust.
So, I'm gonna bring back 24, 25, and that's gonna down to 12. Right, I mean, I know we just proved it, I realize that.
Yeah, future agenda items, change it.
Then bring back each stage. Rodeo.
Hello?
Yes. Matt?
Yeah, I was wondering if we could have some sort of discussion about the double multiplier in rural areas.
Yeah, member Hyde, is that in relation to the multiplier with regards to realignment and the charter schools or the NAC on private schools? Or am I completely missing what you're talking about the multiplier on?
Both.
Okay. I would say we would start with that with the realignment committee next, unless you do, if you do, you are welcome to put that on the agenda. Is that what you're saying before the realignment committee gets started? You can have a discussion at the board level first?
Just have a discussion at the board level first.
Yeah, with regards to realignment.
I mean, because obviously it'd have to be if we decided we wanted to change it, it would have to be before the realignment cycle to be effective.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll have that, I'll put the NAC in there for private schools, and in the packet, obviously, we'll put the realignment committee's policies and procedures with regards to the multiplier on charter schools. We'll include that in the packet. Okay, thank you.
Mostly in regard to rurals, because it's quite different.
No, the multipliers for charter schools and private schools only. Private schools in the NAC, charter schools done through the realignment committee, which is ultimately embedded in the NAC for approval from our committee to do that.
Okay.
So that's what it is. Okay.
Mr. Parker?
Just real quick, when you talk about those other venues like Fallon, Winmuck and South Hall, whether or not the smaller schools, single, double, I'd be fine for when explore the opportunities of state tournaments in those venues. Because I mean, if it's getting to be where we can't find any place, I know these small towns would they've been.
Okay, any more agenda items? All right, we're gonna go to 37, public comment. This time provides an opportunity for citizens to address the board about any matter not on the agenda. Items raised during the course of the agenda cannot be deliberated or acted upon until the notice of procedures of the open meeting law have been complied with. Should a member of the public wish to speak on a matter not listed on the agenda, it is asked first that the said person please complete a yellow public comment card and submit it to the president prior to the opening of this item. A limit of 3 minutes per person and 5 minutes for a spokesperson of a group may be imposed. It is requested that the comments be directed to the board as a whole. Comments that are deemed to be irrelevant, repetitious, offensive, inflammatory, willfully disruptive, or deemed to be personal attacks will not be permitted. I will tell you that we have 2 public comments that Tia will be reading.
Okay. This is from Maura Lovato to the NIAA Board of Control. Given the continual rising costs of hotel rooms, we would like to ask the NIAA Board of Control to look into partnerships with different hotels to attempt to drive down costs to a more reasonable rate for our teams and group for the state and regional championship tournaments, specifically for the teams and clubs that are participating in the performances and games. We know that you cannot control the fees that these groups seek to charge, but by aligning our regional and state playoff timeframes with different groups in sponsorship framework in both Reno and Las Vegas areas, you can help us to manage the rising costs that are associated with supporting our teams and clubs as we are heading toward the only places that normally hold championships and regional performances and games. We appreciate all you do for the schools here in Nevada. We know that you are not in charge of pricing for these rooms, but in today's challenging times of rising costs and similar budgets, or in smaller budgets, we would like to ask for your influence in helping the smaller schools to be able to continue to support these opportunities for our student groups and teams. Expect this and then for consideration. Maura Lovato, Vice Principal, Athletic and Club Administrator for Belfast. The next one, I should be able to make it through. If you're interested in more, there are attachments to it on our packet. Dear NIAA administration, we are writing to bring your attention to the benefits of injury-free as a health and safety program partner for NIAA member schools. Our innovative platform is designed to promote safety and well-being in student athletes through simple injury documentation from any device, streamlined communication with all stakeholders, including parents, and valuable real-time injury data accessible to member school administrators and NIAA and SNAP in season injury trends and risk management procedures. Injury-free was started in 2014 in San Diego, California, as a response to unfunded mandates for state concussion laws. Our goal is to create a simple way for youth sports administrators to comply with state and federal compliance while reducing administrative burden and costs associated with concussion management and return to play compliance. We work with hundreds of schools and districts like the Philadelphia Public School District, Duval County Public School, NGBs like U.S. Youth Soccer, U.S. Youth and High School Rugby, state soccer associations, including Wyoming, Mississippi, Arkansas, and various youth sports organizations throughout the U.S. According to the NIAA and Corey Stranger Institute, there are 42 member schools without access to athletic trainers, which is very low and great for NIAA athletes. Injury was specifically designed to be utilized by schools with or without athletic trainers. We have developed and streamlined a process to connect injured athletes with off-site athletic trainers and community health partners to triage Oh, sure. Injuries and maintain compliance with regards to return to claims and return to protocol. Through this process, insurance, healthcare, and claim costs savings are realized to parents and schools. Our platform is easy to use and provides member schools with access to valuable resources for injury care, concussion management, and risk analysis. We provide meaningful data collection and analysis to help identify areas of risk for informed policies and procedure reviews. How many diagnosed concussions that happened in NIAA member schools in 2021 compared to 2022, and what is the rate for 2023? Do you know how concussion numbers by sport, by grade, by gender, by school? Why does one school have 5 times higher rate of injuries than others? How many school days were missed due to time loss injuries that affect average daily attendance funding for member schools? Are any student athletes getting proper care, coordination, and resources in the moment of need to reduce days missed? As a health and safety program partner, Injured Free can work with the NIAA state health partners and community agencies to help member schools stay up to date on the latest health and safety guidelines and best practices. This collaboration can help promote safety and well-being in member schools, ensuring that student athletes receive the care and attention they need. We believe that Injured Free can be a valuable asset to NIAA member schools in promoting safety and well-being in student athletes. We would be honored to work with you to explore the benefits of Injury Free and how it can support your mission of student athlete health and safety. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to hearing from you soon. Sincerely, Chris Brown, Youth Sports K-12 at Outreach. Nailed that.
Yeah, both of these are in the package.
Yeah, correct. And there's more information and pamphlets on the injured.
Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? I would just like to say, thank you. We've had some great conversations these last 2 days. It's been amazing. You guys are